5% credit back on pickup.
And a family account to shop together.
Did you know members save $460 a year when they order at least once a week?
I do now. See how much you'll save. Visit instacartplus.com for 2 weeks free. Average savings exclude membership fee. Individual savings may vary. Credit back excludes alcohol. Paid membership auto renews. Additional terms apply.
Gresh and Fourier, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And this is the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Joe Wild with you here in the WEEI studios as the Red Sox get set to take on the Washington Nationals in the nation's capital. First pitch is coming up in about 30 minutes as the Red Sox kick off a stretch of 16 consecutive games, including 10 straight road games, 3 against the Nats, 3 against the Yankees, followed by 4 against the Houston Astros before the Red Sox return home to Fenway Park. It's a key stretch. Red Sox 3 games back of the third wildcard spot that the Blue Jays hold with 44 games left to play. Before every game, we hear Red Sox manager Alex Cora, and Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and their Discover Summer sales event. With a large inventory in stock, now is the best time to trade in, trade up, and discover your best summer ever with Ford.
In D.C. with the manager, AC, and after the off day, another series win, Alex. The theme of this last weekend was really that for the first time in a long time, you've got your full group. What was it like to have everyone and sort of set off on the final stretch here?
No, it felt good, and it's going to feel better. Tanner's pitching tomorrow, so hopefully he gets back next week, and we're full strength. But having Sale back and obviously Trevor in the lineup with going 2 innings, it means a lot to the group, not only emotionally, but at the same time, on the field, and that's the most important thing. We did a good job, bouncing back from a tough series against the Jays. 3 out of 4, win the series against probably one of the best lefties in the big leagues, Eduardo Rodriguez. We did a good job against him, and now we're here in Washington with a team that is young and hungry and playing good baseball, and we got to be ready for them.
We've been waiting for a long time to see how Trevor could do it with the new rules, and he just lived up to everything that you could have hoped for, impacting the baseball at the plate. It seems like maybe his timing is a little bit maybe even ahead of schedule.
I think he had plenty of at-bats in the minor leagues, and obviously we did everything possible to speed up the process. But at the end, the adrenaline and, the pressure to win and perform is – you can't duplicate that in the minor leagues. There's the big leagues, and he's the best of the best. And, little by little, he's been feeling well. He's shooting the ball to right center, which is important. Defensively, you see it. There's no problems there. And obviously, running the bases, we can see the athlete. And, you put him in this lineup, and it becomes very dynamic.
I like being around the dugout when he and when Chris step foot onto the diamond, and it feels like they just carry themselves in different ways. When you played, is there such a thing as your real alpha guys coming around and it lifts the whole group?
Yeah, 100%. In this game, we can talk about role players and all that, right? But you got to have dudes in the lineup. That's the way it is, and having those 2 guys in each side of the ball, right? Chris on the mound and Trevor with the position players. We're better. We're better than a week ago. How long it's going to take, how far it's going to take us, we're about to see. But, I'll take my chances. August 15th, 3 games back with a chance to gain some ground in the next 10 days. People see it the other way around, right? It's going to be tough. We see it like there's a chance here that we can gain ground and put us in a spot when we get to September 1st, look up or look down. It's like, this is what we got to do and make it to the playoffs.
You got Verdugo in the leadoff spot again. I'll never forget the swing he had here in 2021. That was a wild weekend, Alex, where really you could have lost all 3 of those games, and yet somehow you found a way to pull it out. What are your memories of that 3-game series?
I remember one of the things that caught my attention, and we were talking about possible scenarios, and it was a wild one, right? Like probably play at home and win that game and go on the road, or you lose that game. There was a lot of stuff.
Yankees, Blue Jays, all of it.
And everybody wanted to play the Red Sox. And you know what? In October, nobody wanted to play the Red Sox. And that's the way we see it. We have a good group. We did an amazing job that weekend here, just grinding through it. I still remember Sawa getting a double play. I think it was Josh Bell, right? hit a rocket to shortstop, or somebody did. I forgot who it was. But we got a double play in the third inning. Chris was actually struggling that day, and we kept grinding, and Doogie ran the bases great. Christian did the same thing, and then Rafi with the big swings. That was a fun weekend, and after that, it took the Astros, a lot of effort at the end to beat us in the ALCS.
You love having weapons. Doesn't matter whether they start, whether they're in the bullpen. And Pivetta, we'll get into him in a minute. But Whitlock comes back. And speaking of 2021, I mean, that was, the power sinker. He's throwing harder than ever. What does he mean to your whole pitching staff to be like that?
Besides the 6 or 9 outs that he can give us, it takes care of the rest of them. And now we can start playing matchups and then taking care of guys certain days. Right now is pedal to the metal. We know that, but at the same time, we got plenty of games to play, and we have to take care of the bullpen. So far, they've been outstanding. You got Witt, you got Schreiber back, Chris and Kenley and Nick, and we get in Tanner. So we'll see where it takes us. But it feels good to have multiple inning weapons, and he is.
Yoshida gets the day off today, and you got a couple lefties the next couple days. Is there a chance that you could give him a long stretch here to reset the legs?
There's a good chance. You can see it, with his swings and the way he's moving. It's been a lot, and I do believe that trip, the back-to-back trips to the West Coast, put him in a tough spot physically. He's been playing a lot, so not playing today. We'll see tomorrow. We'll see the next day. We got some righties in New York. We got a long stretch here, and he's very important for us. And offensively, he can carry this offense. Even the other day, minute second, he put the ball in play, got a base hit, got the guy over. And that's the beauty of Masa, right? And we just have to take care of him. I've been saying this for the last 10 days. You take care of them so they can take care of us, and that's the goal here.
How about Pablo Reyes? I mean, the Grand Slam is one thing, but, he hit 6 or 7 other balls really hard. He's not just filling a gap for you, Alex. He's becoming a really valuable player for you.
Yeah, he hits the ball hard, and the quality of the bats are real. And, the other day, there wasn't a bad 1 pitch, 1 out. I think it was Louis or whoever it was, and then he took 2 pitches, got the count to 3-2, and hit a missile to right center, and that's what we're looking for. And he's a good defender, a good kid, very versatile, and so far he's been outstanding.
Do you relate to players like him a little bit more than some, the big hulking, powerful hitters? Do you have a soft spot in your managerial heart for guys like him?
I mean, that's what we used to do. Carlos and Ramon and Foxy and myself, we kind of we're the 25th, 26th man on the roster. I'm not saying Pablo is that because he's more than that, but you see it, we lived it, and we just got to make sure we stay on top of him, because he's not going to hit 390, but he can put quality at bats after quality at bats, and that's the goal.
And now Nick Pivetta tonight. What goes into the decision, Alex, whether to open someone in front of him or, like tonight, to actually just give him the ball in the first inning?
Yeah, I mean, it all depends the opposition and where we at. This is the beginning of a tough stretch, and taking care of Bernie and Murph is important. We're going to have to use them in this series probably more than one time, so avoid using them early in the game is going to help us later on. And let's be honest, he's throwing the ball well. I think we are over that first inning thing, and he has his routine. He's been very, he's been thinking about how he's going to do it, and he hasn't changed. He's showing up early and playing catch and going through the process as a reliever. The difference is that he's going to be out there in the first inning, and hopefully he can give us 6 or 7 innings.
And lastly, you know him better than anyone listening to this interview. In terms of his willingness to sort of accept this challenge, which he's done. I mean, he's been very open about his feelings at the time, and I know he's had a lot of conversations with you. Can you just talk about, what he's become for your team?
He's becoming an everyday player. Let's put it that way. Not every pitcher is available every day, and with Nick, it feels like he is. And there are certain days that he goes 6, and he'll tell you, hey, in 3 days I can go 1. Obviously, we're not going to do that. We have to take care of him. But the fact that he's available on every single day for us, it means a lot.
Thanks so much, Alex. We appreciate it. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right, that was Red Sox manager Alex Cora with our Will Fleming. Nick Pivetta getting the start for the Red Sox tonight, opposite of Josiah Gray. You heard from Alex Cora talking about Masataka Yoshida not being in the lineup tonight, getting some rest. Here is the Red Sox batting order, brought to you by Herb Chambers, New England's largest selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. HerbChambers.com. A perfect left, right, back and forth in the lineup with it being split proof for the Nationals tonight. You have Alex Verdugo, left-handed hitter, leading things off, playing in right. Then you have the right-handed hitter, Justin Turner, batting second, designated hitter. Rafi Devers in the 3 spot. He's playing third base. Trevor Story cleaning things up. He's playing short. Batting fifth, it's Tristan Casas, the first baseman. Adam Duvall in center field, batting 6, 7, 8, 9, looking like this. Jaron Duran out in left field. Pablo Reyes playing second, Reese McGuire doing the catching. So again, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Perfect for the Red Sox tonight against the Nationals. Fans, you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. To watch, go to twitch.tv/Boston WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. Don't miss out on a Subaru summer. Make the most of the summer in a brand new 2023 Subaru. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Coming up next, we'll have the Subaru of New England scoreboard update. We'll get you the FanDuel bet du jour, Catches Law Group injury report, and also get you the BMW keys to the game. Red Sox versus Nationals coming up in about 20 minutes from the nation's capital. In the meantime, I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Bombas' mission is simple. Make the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts, and match every item sold with a donation to someone in need. Bombas creates all their incredibly comfortable clothing by using only the softest fabrics like merino wool, Pima cotton, and even cashmere. From the most comfortable socks to tagless and seamless T-shirts to barely there feel underwear, you'll look good and feel great knowing you're helping someone in need with every Bombas purchase. Go to bombas.com/cozy and use code COZY to get 20% off your first order.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
We're working on solutions in our own operations,
like carbon capture
and clean energy from hydrogen.
So, who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And our solutions could help industries like manufacturing,
commercial transportation,
and power generation too.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Learn more at exxonmobil.com.
Moving day means that you and the things that matter to you are in for a big transition. There's a lot to figure out. New closets, different counter space, change of floor plan. No worries. CubeSmart is here, so you have a place for everything. It's our job to make self-storage as easy as possible. Online or in person, this is a self-storage experience that puts the focus on you because you matter to us. With self-storage that fits seamlessly into your life, you'll have plenty of peace of mind to unpack along the way. Click now to find a self-storage solution near you.
Radio BZ4X, Toyota.
Where easy listening goes all electric with your favorite hits like impressive style.
Easy peasy.
And intuitive touchscreen.
Easy peasy, easy peasy. Yeah.
And smooth acceleration.
Easy peasy.
The all-electric BZ4X. Electric made easy beasy. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, Rob Bradford here. I have set out on a mission with my good friends at FanDuel to prove what I have known for some time. Baseball isn't boring. Now I have a daily podcast to prove it with some of the most notable people in the baseball world, screaming baseball isn't boring from the mountaintops, or at least agreeing to come on our show. Players, managers, GMs, and yes, even the commissioner of baseball, Rob Manfred. It has been a constant wave of baseball's most powerful voices. So join the revolution. Subscribe and soak in Baseball Isn't Boring. Listen on your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. You'll be glad you did.
DQ presents How to Fancy Up Any Occasion. Step 1, grab the caramel fudge cheesecake blizzard from DQ. Step 2, break out your fanciest sweatpants and park yourself in your comfiest chair. Step 3, kick back and bask in the luxury of salted caramel, rich fudge, and decadent cheesecake pieces blended in world-famous DQ soft serve. Fancy? Achieved. No formal wear required. DQ. Happy tastes good.
You know, I'm all about efficiency. 2 birds, 1 stone. The best of both worlds, that sort of thing. I eat all my meals with a spork, and my favorite condiment is Ketch Must Mayo Mayonnaise. That's why I installed a Navian Combi boiler at home. Think about it. Endless hot water and high-efficiency whole home heating all in one. It's perfect. They're compact, Energy Star certified, and can even get you a federal tax credit. Ah, Navian, you really get me. If you want to find out more, and of course you do, go to boilerseason.com.
Jones and Mego, weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And this is the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Joe Wild with you here in the WEEI studios. Red Sox versus Nationals. First game of a 3-game set coming up at 7:05 from Nationals Park. It's time now for the FanDuel Bet du jour, brought to you by FanDuel, official partner of Major League Baseball. So on Sunday, I hit on Rob Refsnyder recording a hit. It was at minus odds, so I went pretty conservative. Today, I'm going to be a little bit out there, but I think if you listen to what I'm going to do, it's not too crazy. I'm going with Rafi Devers hitting at least home run tonight. It's at plus 265. Reason I'm going to do it, I feel like he's due. He has 1 home run in his last 15 games, and he's gotten some rest. He didn't play at all on Sunday, and of course, the Red Sox had the day off yesterday. And days off for him have worked in the past. You look at what he did right after the All-Star break. He hit 2 home runs, first game after the All-Star break. So I'm banking on something similar today. Rafi Devers hitting at least 1 home run. It's at plus 265 on FanDuel, and that will be my bet of the day. We'll see if getting a little bit out there will allow me to cash out yet again like it did on Sunday. It's time now for the Subaru of New England scoreboard update. Don't miss out on a Subaru summer. Make the most of the summer in a brand new 2023 Subaru. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. We start in the American League East. The Yankees are in Atlanta taking on the Braves. That is a 7:20 start time. The Yankees right now just 1 game above 500. They're 60-59. They've lost 3 in a row, and they send Luis Severino out to the mound, who is 2-7 with an ERA north of 8 this season. And I would bet on the Braves in that game. Toronto at home against Philly. That's a 7:07 start time. Of course, a rematch of the 1993 World Series. Good pitching matchup. Zach Wheeler versus Yusei Kikuchi. And the Blue Jays 3 games up right now on the Red Sox for that 3rd wild card spot. So go Phillies tonight. Meanwhile, Baltimore's taking on the San Diego Padres in San Diego. That is a 9:40 start time. And old friend Michael Wacha, he's making his first start off the injured list since July 1st. He was on the IL with a shoulder injury, so he's back out there against the O's, who have a 3-game lead on the Tampa Bay Rays in the American League East. And speaking of the Rays, who are, of course, will be without Wander Franco yet again tonight as Major League Baseball continues to investigate him. He's on the restricted list regarding some social media posts that were out there. But the Rays are taking on the San Francisco Giants. That is another late game tonight at 9:45. Elsewhere around Major League Baseball, Houston playing on the road against the Miami Marlins. They hold the 2nd wild card spot in the American League. The Battle of Ohio, Cincinnati hosting Cleveland. That game just got rolling in Cincinnati. And right now the Guardians have a 2-0 lead, top of the first. New York at home against Pittsburgh. That's a 7:10 start time. New York being the New York Mets. Minnesota's hosting Detroit in an AL Central matchup at 7:40. Minnesota Twins up 4.5 games on the Cleveland Guardians in the American League Central. St. Louis is at home against Oakland. That's a 7:45 start time. Texas is taking on the Angels in Texas, 8:05 start time. The Angels, since the All-Star break, 3-10. Completely different story for the Rangers, who are 11-2. And then the final games on the slate, Cubs at home against the White Sox. That's an 8:05 start time in the Crosstown Classic. Seattle on the road against the Kansas City Royals. The Mariners, they have lost 3 in a row, so only a game up on the Red Sox in the wild card standings. Then Colorado at home against Arizona. That's an 8:40 start time. And then the Dodgers take on the Milwaukee Brewers. That is a 10:10 start time in that game. It's time now for the BMW Keys to the Game, brought to you by BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And the key for the Red Sox is to take advantage of situations in which they have runners in scoring position. Now, it's a pretty obvious statement for keys to the game, but the reason I point this out is because Josiah Gray has had an interesting year for the Nationals. Now, I mentioned the stats at the forefront. He has a 3.69 ERA, but his whip is 1.437. That is 52nd out of 59 qualified starting pitchers. So he puts a lot of guys in the base paths, and if you're wondering, well, how is his ERA as low as it is if he's got a whip that high? It's because with runners in scoring position, opponents against him are hitting just 191 with a 228 slugging percentage. So they've had opportunities to capitalize with runners in scoring position against him, but he's done a nice job limiting the damage. His FIP is 4.74, which takes into account home runs and all the other things that lead to runs being scored, and it takes out some of the stuff that, of course, luck has involved with. And for Josiah Gray, he's been a little lucky this year. That's why the ERA is at 3.69. He's done a great job limiting damage when opponents have had runners in scoring position against him. So the Red Sox, when they get guys on, they obviously need to capitalize. With nobody on base, opponents against him are hitting 293, but men on hitting just 209. And again, with runners in scoring position, he's done an awesome job limiting the damage. So those are the BMW keys to the game. Also, Nick Pivetta, he's got to keep it rolling as he's pitched great for the Red Sox in a recent time since May 28th, a 2.42 ERA. So those are the BMW keys to the game. Hurry into the BMW Summer on Sales event and receive a credit of up to $2,000 on select models now through September 4th. For more details, go to bmwcenters.com. And here is the injury report presented by Ketch's Law Group. New England's personal injury pros since 1986. Ketch's has won over $1 billion for their injured clients, and you never have to pay unless Ketch's wins. Injured, schedule a free legal evaluation by calling 508-321-7000 or at catcheslaw.com. And Mass Live's Chris Cotillo reporting that the Red Sox are expecting Tanner Houck to return from the IL and start Monday against the Astros. He has one more rehab start. That's tomorrow for the Woo Sox, and it will be great to have him back. The pitching staff will be at its healthiest all season once he comes back, and when he returns, it'll be a little over 2 months since he was struck by a line drive and suffered a facial fracture. One more thing that Chris Cotillo is reporting on is that the Red Sox have not ruled out a possibility of Adalberto Mondesi suiting up for them this season. For the first time in months, there's progress to report on the infielder's rehab process in Fort Myers. He's been facing live pitching, according to a baseball source, per Chris Cotillo. He's also running and taking ground balls, and while the team hasn't mapped out an exact plan for him to get into action, one source with knowledge, according to Chris Cotillo, of Mondesi's progress said it wouldn't be a surprise to see him in game action in a couple weeks. That would be quite a sight, considering what a mystery he's been since the Red Sox have signed him. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So we'll continue to wait out Adalberto Mondesi's progress from that ACL surgery that he had last spring. In the meantime, Red Sox versus Nationals coming up in about 10 minutes. Want to thank Bridget Prue. Fantastic job behind the glass, as she always does. I'm Joe Weil. Hang tight. Red Sox versus Nationals coming up next along the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. And
when you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Moving day means that you and the things that matter to you are in for a big transition. There's a lot to figure out. New closets, different counter space, change of floor plan. No worries. CubeSmart is here, so you have a place for everything. It's our job to make self-storage as easy as possible. Online or in person, this is a self-storage experience that puts the focus on you because you matter to us. With self-storage that fits seamlessly into your life, you'll have plenty of peace of mind to unpack along the way. Click now to find a self-storage solution near you.
Radio BZ4X, Toyota.
Where easy listening goes all electric and accelerating is
Easy peasy.
BZ4X. Toyota. Let's go places.
A little break from your tracks for some dairy facts. Dairy Farmers of America is recycling water on average 4 times per use. For instance, our farmers are using the same water to cool milk, care for cows, clean barns, and grow crops. Not too shabby. Learn more at dfanerdherd.com. Catch you on the milk side.
RIPTA's R-Line fare-free pilot is coming to an end on September 30th. Starting October 1st, passengers must pay full fare on all RIPTA R-Line buses. Pay your RIPTA fare with Wave or $2 cash. For details, visit RIPTA.com.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
What's cooler than cool? Casper's new cooling mattress. Say hello to the snow, engineered to help you sleep 5 degrees cooler all night. Tired of nighttime overheating? No sweat. The snow comes with a cool touch cover to provide a refreshing feel the moment you crawl into bed, plus heat delete bands to continuously push excess heat away, keeping you both at the perfect temperature for 12 plus hours. Kick night sweats out of bed with the new snow mattress. Shop the snow online or experience it in store. Casper, for the love of sleep. Exclusions apply. See casper.com/promo.
This is Matt Spiegel of 670 The Score in Chicago, and my podcast, The PBP, Voices of Baseball, is all about the art and craft of play-by-play. Catch up on episodes with Joe Davis, Joe Buck, and many more. Then something crazy happened along the way. I did a weekend of Cubs-Cardinals on the radio, so now conversations are enriched with feedback and advice from Jason Benetti, Boog Shambi, and others to come. The PBP, Voices of Baseball. I bring you the people who bring you the game. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is
And the Boston Red Sox are the world champions.
Red Sox Baseball.
And it is good! And Boston strong!
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
For the first time in 86 years.
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh. Catches Law Group, New England's injury law pros at catcheslaw.com.
And it's good!
Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Mass Mutual. Insurance, planning, investments. Sponsored by Nissan. Save on the action-packed Nissan lineup today at the Nissan Thrill of the Drive sales event. Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipeline.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Big Y World-Class Market. It's more than food. It's my Big Y. Buy cars for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
Looking up, Grand Slam!
By Mike's Amazing, the official mayonnaise of the Boston Red Sox. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
We're going to drive to left field. There are a couple runs way gone.
Arbella, here for good. And by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Long gone into the monster proceeds.
Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Dig safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Holy cow!
Sponsored by Sherwin-Williams. Savings and support start day one. Unlock the Pro Advantage at swproplus.com today. Sponsored by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Rob Bradford.
Red Sox versus Washington Nationals coming up from Nationals Park as the Red Sox kick off a vital stretch as they play 16 consecutive games, 10 in a row, and the Red Sox looking to climb back into the wild card standings as they're 3 back of the Toronto Blue Jays for that third wild card spot. Joe Wild with you here in the WEEI studios. We're going to get you out to the nation's capital in a moment, but the Red Sox starting a very critical stretch. 3 against the Nats on the road, followed by 3 against the New York Yankees at Yankee Stadium. Then they play 4 against the Houston Astros in Houston, one of the 3 teams holding a wild card spot. They have the second wild card spot, but the Red Sox playing a team below 500 in the Nationals. So a critical series, one they cannot let up against an inferior opponent, as they have a couple times this year, several times this year. And it's even more important because they have 44 games left, only 9 against teams currently below 500. And they'll roll out a lineup with some guys that have been hitting well as of late, guys looking to rebound as well. Jarren Duran batting in the 7th spot. He's won for his last 23 at the plate. But in the meantime, we've gotten to see Trevor Story get things rolling again for the Red Sox. And 7 for 19 overall, but 7 for 11 over his last 3 games. He had a 4 for 4 effort against the Detroit Tigers. And for the Red Sox over the last week, they had the day off yesterday, but the week prior at Fenway Park, at the very least, they were able to rebound against teams that were ones you needed to beat up against. The Kansas City Royals, followed by the Detroit Tigers. We know how bad the AL Central is, but they took 3 out of 4 against the Kansas City Royals, 2 out of 3 against the Detroit Tigers, and now they play another bad team in the Washington Nationals. They have to continue to win these games. No letting up for the Red Sox in this type of spot where they're still competing for a wild card spot. The Blue Jays have let up a bit recently, and they have a tough matchup tonight against the Philadelphia Phillies. So you can't take your foot off the gas pedal if you're the Boston Red Sox, who are 62-56. Again, we're going to get you out to Nationals Park in a moment for Red Sox versus Nationals, as we're having some technical difficulties, but we'll get you out. Will Fleming, Rob Bradford. I think we've connected with both those guys, so let's send it out to the nation's capital alongside Rob Bradford. Here is Will Fleming.
From Nationals Park in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., Boston Red Sox baseball is once again on the radio. Today, the Red Sox begin their longest road trip of the season with the first of 3 against the somewhat surprising Washington Nationals. The Sox have won a couple series in a row, and they'll hand the baseball to a man who was once drafted by the Washington Nationals, Nick Pivetta, who has just been fantastic for the Sox. On the other end, Josiah Gray takes the mound for the Nats. Red Sox will give Masataka Yoshida a day or 2 or 3, and they will set the lineup looking a lot like this. Morgan & Morgan starting lineup brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. Let's meet the Red Sox. Alex Verdugo will lead it off. He's in right field. Then Justin Turner, the designated hitter, bats second. Rafi Devers, the third baseman, bats third. Then the shortstop, Trevor Story, who had 4 hits on Sunday. He cleans up, and he is again at shortstop. Tristan Casas is the first baseman, batting 5th. Adam Duvall, the center fielder, bats 6th. Then Jarren Duran in left field. Pablo Reyes, the second baseman, and Reese McGuire, the catcher, batting 9th. Will Fleming and Rob Bradford in the broadcast booth. And Rob, we've said it for a month now, critical series and a very important opener tonight for the Sox.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. And I don't think this is going to be an easy out for the Red Sox. Certainly, you have to win this series. You have to keep the ball going in the right direction heading into the iron of this schedule. But like I said, the Nationals entered the series having won 8 of the last 11, 10 of the last 15, 15 of the last 23. And since July 8th, they have the 3rd best record in the National League. And this guy, Josiah Gray, .369 ERA, and an all-star. A lot of potential, a lot of good stuff. And they got a couple of these guys coming up in this series, so I think it would behoove the Red Sox, Will, to get off on the right foot here against Gray.
He is just about ready to go. Alex Verdugo, who had one of the biggest swings of the entire season 2 years ago, the last time the Red Sox were here, final series of the year. They won all three to get into the wild card, and Verdugo was a huge part of that. He's ready to go, so is Gray. The Red Sox in the road gray unis. Verdugo, Turner, and Devers in the Herb Chambers batting order. We are high above Nationals Park. The Red Sox are going to get off on the right foot here in the nation's capital as Verdugo dips his left foot into the batter's box. Rainy and overcast and humid all day long. Tarp came off about an hour ago, and now Josiah Gray, the promising young right-hander, into his wind. He throws, and the first pitch of the ball game is a fastball that misses high to Verdugo. So we are underway. 7:07, the first pitch, 81 degrees. Time and temp brought to you by Window Nation. Protect and increase the value of your home today. 866-90-NATION. Or go online at windownation.com. Verdugo takes a strike on the outside corner. And I will plead with anyone, locally or in the studio, to eliminate the echo that is ringing in our ears as Verdugo waits on a 1-1 pitch, and he bloops it foul. Straight back on the third base side, and it's 1-2.
It really is striking how far up we are. And sometimes it's a little bit good because you can see sort of the overhead view of when a ball crosses the plate. I'm being optimistic about this situation, Will. But when the batter steps in, you're like, wow, that guy is far away from us.
That's the ultimate glass half full perspective from Rob Bradford. The 1-2 to Verdugo is crushed high and deep into right field. It is back at the wall, and it is gone! Alex Verdugo begins the ball game with a blast to right, and it's 1-0 Red Sox.
Well, no matter where you were, how high you were up in the press box, you could see that left the bat, and that was going out of the park. Great call by you, Will, and great swing by Alex Verdugo to get things going. This is exactly what we were talking about. You wanted to set the tone out of the gate in this series, and that's what he did.
And you can tell right away it's a pro Red Sox crowd. Gray has been a little bit up and down for the Nationals this year. As Rob told you, an all-star. But when he's got it, he's been fantastic. His bad ones have been really eyesores as he misses outside with a fastball to Justin Turner, 94 miles an hour. Josiah Gray has now allowed 17 home runs in 126 innings. The 1-0 is a strike to Turner on the corner, and it's 1-1. Turner, 4 for his last 9 solo home runs Saturday and Sunday. 1-1 to JT. The pitch is way outside, a curveball, and it's 2-1.
What's amazing about this Nationals team is how many players started their careers in other organizations. They all came over in these big trades where the Nationals had to be sellers.
Mike Rizzo, their GM, the 2-1 is on the ground to shortstop. C.J. Abrams, another young player that came over, throws to first. He's been very good, has Abrams. Turner is gone. There's the first out of the game. Mike Rizzo built the world champions in 2019, really centered around starting pitching. Strasburg, Scherzer, Corbin. They re-up with both Strasburg and Corbin. Those contracts have been unmitigated disasters. Here's Rafi Devers with a run in and 1 down in this top of the first inning. We are in the Safe Light Auto Glass part of the order. Gray throws, and Rafi swings and misses over the top of a curveball, and it's 0-1.
And Will, you almost look at any player, or a lot of these players, and you look at the baseball reference pages, and they're all in these big trades. You know, you have Abrams, obviously, in the Soto trade. You have Thomas.
Here's an 0-1 to Rafi that misses outside.
Lane Thomas, who's sitting second today, believe it or not, he was traded for John Lester. You have Gray, who was obviously in another big trade.
They really are kind of ahead of schedule, these Nationals. Here's the 1-1 and a soft ground ball foul outside of first. Devers, 265, 26 homers, and now 79 driven in. Mike Rizzo, really one of the underrated GMs in the whole game, I think. He got a lot back for all those big pieces they moved. 1-2 to Devers. Here's the pitch, and Rafi fouls it straight back. He was fooled badly by that curveball out on his front foot. It stays 1-2. Alex Cora gave Devers the day off on Sunday against a very tough left-hander. 4 for his last 11. Couple hits on Saturday. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Rafi. Bat held high over his head. Gray throws, and Devers takes a fastball high, and it's 2-2.
And when I mentioned Josiah Gray coming over in a trade, trade was the Max Scherzer and Trey Turner going to the Dodgers, and Keibert Ruiz, who also is a great player for them, a catcher. He came over in that trade as well.
2-2 to Devers. 1 down in the first, and Rafi fouls it off. Good battle here between Red Sox slugging third baseman and Josiah Gray. I just think it's so paramount for general managers, if you're going to move pieces like that at the deadline, to get a lot back. And it seems pretty clear the Nationals did just that. 2-2. The pitch is down and in. I think the Nationals got this guy, Josiah Gray, hoping he would be a top-of-the-rotation arm. I think the perception around the sport is he may not have that kind of a ceiling, but certainly he's had a very nice year here in D.C. The 3-2 to Devers is fouled back. Long battle continues.
It really is amazing. You talk about the importance of getting these guys back, the key guys back in these big trades. That Soto trade, which obviously happened a year ago, Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, who has become one of their best players, and Mackenzie Gore showing a lot of potential as his starting pitcher we're going to see tomorrow.
9th pitch of this at-bat is about to come home. Here it is, and Devers grounds it foul outside of first base. He's really making Gray work. 25 years old, born in New Rochelle, New York, this right-hander. He's made 23 starts, 7 wins and 9 losses, but those matters obviously less significant given the team around him with 3.69 ERA. Pitch number 11 comes home to Devers, and it is outside ball 4. What a plate appearance that is for Rafi. He draws a 1-out walk. He's aboard for Trevor Story.
Before the game today, Alex Cora was remembering that performance that Devers put on in that crucial game a couple years ago here. And he reminded us, Will, he did it with one arm. We almost forget about that run they went on, how bad that elbow was.
Wincing every time he swung the bat, including in the playoffs. Yeah, I mean, Verdugo tied the game with a big double, and Devers put him ahead for good with an enormous home run. 3 choppers heading off in the skyline. Makes you wonder who that might be. Sometimes the president in that kind of a formation headed out to Andrews Air Force Base. His Story, who was fabulous on Sunday, takes a sinking fastball outside for ball 1.
Today I went around and see how many pictures I can take with my Baseballs and Boring t-shirt with National Monument, which I thought was very important. And a helicopter went over my head. I believe it was Marine One.
1-0 to Story. The pitch is swung on and missed. Good fastball, and it's 1-1.
What a great area, though, really.
In the National Mall with the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson, up and down all the Smithsonian's lining the National Mall. Really one of the great treasures of this country. 1-1 to Story with Rafi at first. The pitch is inside. Good take on a slider, and it's 2-1.
And of course, we've been very fortunate to go to the White House a couple times with the Red Sox and experience that whole deal.
Red Sox were scheduled to go yesterday, but sort of a last-minute cancellation due to some renovations in the East Wing. 2-1 to Story. A run in on a Verdugo homer. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner slider, and it's 2-2. Red Sox will hope to be back at the White House in very short order for a totally different reason.
Nobody will be taking selfies ever again.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Gray on the first base side of the rubber throws, and Trevor pops it foul on the first base side. They really are making him work. Josiah Gray. And it stays 2-2 to Trevor Story.
Didn't you find that interesting, Alex Cora talking today about how and I'm going to get the name of the machine wrong, but it's the simulation?
Yeah, Trajex.
Yes. $800,000 machine that simulates the pitcher. How a help story.
2-2. He is fouled straight back. It is a virtual pitching machine, as you say, where there's a hologram of the body of the pitcher. There's a hole that moves around to simulate the exact release point, and you can dial up any pitcher in the game and see any kind of spin that you so choose.
And the exact stuff, not only the image of the pitcher, but the exact stuff that pitcher would be giving.
The way it spins, the way it comes out of the hand. And he said it a number of times, it really does accelerate the time it takes to get ready to face live Major League pitching. 2-2. Here's the pitch. And it is popped up. Right in front of the plate, Keber Ruiz throws the mask off, and the catcher is right there to make the play. Story is out number 2. I heard at one point, like the most normal average pitcher that is dialed up on that Trajex machine is none other than Connor Siebold.
Really?
Like it comes out of the wrap and there he is.
Well, I know that Brennan Bernardino, I don't want to say complaining. Complaining is a strong use of words, but he was curious why he was not an option on that machine yet.
He will be next year. They'll get the code going. Here's Tristan Casas with the run in. Devers at first and 2 down. The pitch is a little bit low. That was a cut fastball. Gray does not throw a whole lot of four-seam fastballs. He throws hard, but he leans so heavily on all of his secondary pitches. Fastball command can be a struggle for him at times. 1-0 to Casas. 19 homers and 45 driven in. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner.
This is the only press box that makes Tristan Casas look small.
Yeah, he does look sort of like an ordinary-sized human from here. He is remarkable. He's standing right outside Alex Cora's office earlier today. He walked by, just a mountain of a man. I think he touched up the fingernails today because he's wearing these black rubber gloves.
I think Jemai Webster asked him what he had for breakfast. That was a mistake because that was going to be a 15-minute conversation.
1-1. 1-0 Red Sox in this opening inning from Nats Park in D.C. Josiah Gray is ready. He throws, and Casas can't stop his swing. They appeal to the third base umpire. Called a swing by Alex McKay. And it's 1-2. Bruce Dreckman, the plate umpire. Stu Shearwater at first, and Mark Wegner, the crew chief, is at second. Tom Smith, the first baseman, holding Raffy. Alou, Abrams, and Vargas around the infield right to left. 1-2 to Tristan. Here's the pitch, and it is inside. Another cutter that missed, and it's 2-2. Gray has already thrown 29 pitches in this opening inning. Really has been a strength of these Red Sox. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. If Casas can reach, Duvall is on deck. The pitch is inside. Another good take, a curveball. So full count, and Devers will get a running start with 2 down from first.
A sparse crowd, but like you said, a lot of Red Sox fans here. Great trip to take.
3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 Casas. Now the first baseman Smith plays way behind Devers. And now Gray steps off.
You know, I was looking at the time of game, how compared to last year, but also the violations for batters and pitchers, way down since April.
It was what everybody anticipated. 3-2 to Tristan. Devers runs. The pitch is swung on and missed. He got him with a cutter. And the inning is over. But the Red Sox strike first. Alex Verdugo goes deep. And after half an inning, they put up the first run of the game. Nats coming up against the surging and brilliant Nick Pavetti. Is going to come out of the bullpen again to start this game on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
If I would have kept making only the minimum payments on my credit cards, my debt would have taken me 47 years to pay off.
These are real National Debt Relief customers.
I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt by myself.
Credit card, medical, or personal loan debt? National Debt Relief negotiates with your creditors to reduce what you owe.
National Debt Relief got me out of debt.
You could be debt-free in as little as 24 to 48 months. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to learn more and get started. nationaldebtrelief.com.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Moving day means that you and the things that matter to you are in for a big transition. There's a lot to figure out. New closets, different counter space, change of floor plan. No worries. CubeSmart is here, so you have a place for everything. It's our job to make self-storage as easy as possible. Online or in person, this is a self-storage experience that puts the focus on you because you matter to us. With self-storage that fits seamlessly into your life, you'll have plenty of peace of mind to unpack along the way. Click now to find a self-storage solution near you.
The Rich Keefe Show, weekday afternoon starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Here is Nick Pivetta on the mound for the Red Sox in the bottom of the first, and his first pitch to C.J. Abrams. Left-handed hitter is a fastball that misses outside for ball one. Pivetta has been absolutely exceptional for a couple of months. The 1-0 pitch is a strike to Abrams, a fastball, and it's 1-1. I mean, he has basically been the best pitcher in the game for the last 7 weeks in a bullpen hybrid role. Gets the start here today, the 1-1 to Abrams. Is popped up on the right side, drifting foul. Casas over by the Nats dugout, gives up. It's 10 rows into the seats. And it's 1-2 to C.J. Abrams.
I tell you what, that 2019 draft first round has ended up pretty good. Well, the top of it anyway. Adley Rutschman, Bobby Witt, C.J. Abrams, the number 6 pick in that draft. High school shortstop.
Here's the 1-2. A curve misses low to Abrams, and it's 2-2. Since May the 28th, pitchers with at least 50 innings thrown, Pivetta has the number 1 whip, the number 1 batting average against, and the 4th lowest ERA. Spectacular for the right-hander. His 2-2 is pop foul on the third base side. And it remains 2-2 to Abrams, who, since the Nats moved him into the leadoff spot, has really taken off. 255, 11 homers, 44 driven in. Pivetta stands tall on the mound. His 2-2 is a little bit inside. A slider, which is kind of a new weapon for him, and it's 3-2.
I just love that 12-6 curveball. He finished Soto off here a few years ago.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Abrams, and it is outside ball 4. He tried the curveball there and missed with it. That was a remarkable weekend. We've talked about the heroics from Verdugo and Devers, the bullpen innings from guys like Hansel Robles and Austin Davis, and indeed Pivetta and Whitlock were just brilliant.
It's just amazing, as Alex Cora was saying to you on the pregame show, that fact that everybody wanted to play the Red Sox. Everyone wanted them to be the tiebreaker, and Red Sox had to really make hay here in Washington after almost blowing it that last week.
Here's Lane Thomas, who's really emerged, right-handed hitter with 20 homers. He fouls the first pitch off on the first base side, and it's 0-1. Pivetta has not been walking hitters. He struck out 10 in 7 1/3 innings in Seattle 2 starts ago. Remember the 13 strikeout relief outing against the Oakland Athletics. The 0-1 pitch to Thomas misses, and it's 1-1. 47 strikeouts against only 8 walks in his last 6 outings. 1-1 to the dangerous Thomas. Double play depth behind Pivetta. Runner goes. The pitch is high. The throw from McGuire, not nearly in time. That was stolen off of Pivetta. Abrams got a fantastic jump, and the throw not nearly in time. So leadoff walk compounded with a steal. And right away, Abrams in scoring position.
That's the danger. You put him on. He already had 29. There you go, number 30 right there. And you saw right there, he got the secondary lead. He had a hop, skip, and a jump. Why Pavetta was just starting his motion.
2-1 to Lane Thomas. Pavetta's pitch is inside. He doesn't have the feel for that curveball yet, Nick, and now he's behind Thomas. 3-1. Pavetta does not have the same emotional attachment to the Nats, the team that drafted him, as he does, say, the Philadelphia Phillies, at least not the same level of animosity. But he's feeling a little special about this one today. In trouble to start. The 3-1 is fouled straight back. A mighty rip by Thomas, and it's 3-2.
I remember a friend of the broadcast, Brian Dahlback, saying he remembered when Nick Pavetta was in the organization. Obviously a fiery guy. He's a youngster.
He's not lost a lot of that fire. 3-2. Pitch is strike 3 called on the inside corner. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Big one for Pavetta, and there's one down.
Ooh, how about that? 97. That's what they were worried about almost. Where you enter the game as a starter, you don't have that same velocity you had as a reliever. But I think Pavetta is just saying, I'm going to have the same approach. I don't care.
So funny that he continues to come out of the bullpen even when he starts these games. The pitch to Joey Meneses, kind of a remarkable story for a guy who at one time was in the Red Sox minor league system, is fouled off on the third base side, and it's 0-1. Meneses, 11 homers this year, 63 driven in. Just a remarkable story a season ago. Absolutely out of nowhere. 0-1, the pitch is swung on and missed. Good fastball from Pavetta. And it's 0-2. Casas, the first baseman. Pablo Reyes at second, with Trevor Story, the shortstop. Raffy back in there at third. Pavetta throws an 0-2, and it is fouled on the first base side. The outfield, Duvall in center, Duran in left, and Verdugo, who hit the home run in the top of the first, over in right.
Boy, Pavetta has a good fastball tonight. 96, 97, averaging 94 on the year.
Geeked up for a start in D.C. New balls delivered by the Bat Boy, position for which, after last night, I've got a little bit more appreciation.
When is that going to happen for the other Fleming?
Hopefully never. 0-2 to Joey Meneses from Pavetta. Out of the stretch he throws, and a check swing and a curveball outside 1-2. Actually, it looked very fun.
In case people don't know what we're talking about, Will's brother, Dave, obviously longtime broadcaster for the Giants, lost his fantasy football league. Now, who was in the fantasy football league? It must have been Giants personnel, right?
All the players. He and his TV partner, Dwayne Kuiper, have been in the league for many years. 1-2 to Joey Meneses. The pitch is high and outside. The irony is my brother is very good at all things fantasy sports. Last year he was emceeing a charity event, so he couldn't do the draft himself. They delegated to one of their video analysts. The draft got butchered, and the result was last night.
Excuses. Come on.
2-2 pitch is pop foul. It was supposed to be a spring training game. The punishment for the Giants Fantasy Football League is whomever lost, player or broadcaster, anyone, front office executive, would have to be the bat boy for an entire spring training game. It could have been Farhan Zaidi or many other players. In the end, it was my brother. He did it for 3 innings of a regular season game because he was not around to do the spring games. 2-2 from Pavetta is fouled back. Fastball, and it stays 2-2.
Well, I will say this. I did get a glimpse of what a Fleming might look like in a major league uniform. So you might. It's okay if you don't do it well.
Spare our fans that look. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Joey Meneses. C.J. Abrams, the tying run, leading away at second as Pavetta holds and spins Abrams back to the bag. Scott Van Pelt and Gabe Kapler, the Giants manager, both said the same thing about my brother when he first went out into the on-deck area. That's the nicest watch any Bat Boy's ever worn. But he bought into it. My brother did. I give him a lot of credit for that. As the 2-2 is fouled off. Both these pitchers are really having to work a lot in this opening inning. 21 pitches with only one down in the first, thrown by Pivetta.
Now, I want to congratulate Jared Saltalamacchia for being part of the Bourne Braves victory in the Cape League, but I also want to take that back because he lost our fantasy league and hasn't paid the price yet.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch is swung on and missed in the dirt. McGuire picks it up, fakes to second, throws to first to complete the strikeout. That is how dangerous C.J. Abrams is, forcing a catcher on a dropped third strike to bluff to a runner at second before throwing to first. After the leadoff walk and steal, 2 strikeouts. Now there's 2 down for Keibert Ruiz. Well, what's the punishment supposed to be?
The punishment is supposed to be that that person has to have a license plate cover of the winner's choice for an entire year. So if you're a Red Sox fan, you would have the license plate cover of a Yankees. If it's Jared Saltalamacchia, you would have the license plate cover saying, "I really hate my hair." Something along those lines.
I've heard of better punishments than that. 2 down with a runner at second. 1-0 Red Sox in the first. Really, that's what you came up with. Pivetta throws, and a fastball on the inside corner. Strike 1, a license plate cover.
Well,
come on.
Conversely, Papelbon, who's also in the league, he wanted to chain someone for 24 hours to a shopping cart holder.
I guess that's sort of the other extreme. 0-1 is popped up down the right field line, out of play toward the seats. And it's quickly 0-2. Pivetta's fastball is powering possibilities, brought to you by Comcast Business. Complete connectivity, cybersecurity, internet, and mobile, all from one provider. Comcast Business is powering possibilities.
It's hard to find the sweet spot of punishments, but I think that the Giants did a pretty good job.
That one was very funny. 0-2. Here's the pitch in the dirt. To your point, it does remind that it is not easy to look good in a baseball uniform.
No.
Especially not when you're in your 40s.
This is also why managers never wear uniforms anymore.
A trend started by Terry Francona and now adopted by every manager in the game. Davey Martinez does have the full uni and jersey on, which you almost never see. 1 ball, 2 strikes. This one is a looper on the middle of the infield. Pivetta over his head. A basket catch with his back to the plate. Unbelievable running grab by Nick Pivetta, and the inning is over. Willie Mays pitching for the Red Sox tonight. We go to the second inning, 1-0. Red Sox lead the Nats in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Moving day means you're in for a big transition. CubeSmart makes self-storage as easy as possible. Online or in person, we put the focus on you. Click now to find a self-storage solution near you.
Where easy listening goes all electric with your favorite hits like Impressive Style and Intuitive Touchscreen.
Easy peasy, easy peasy. Yeah.
And Smooth Acceleration.
Easy breezy.
The all-electric BZ4X. Electric made easy beasy. Toyota, let's go places.
El programa piloto de tarifa gratuita para la airline de Ripta finaliza el 30 de octubre. A partir del 1 de octubre, los pasajeros deben pagar la tarifa completa en todos los autobuses de la airline de la Autoridad de Transporte Público de Rhode Island. Pague su tarifa Ripta con una tarjeta inteligente Wave, la aplicación móvil Wave o con $2 en efectivo. El 1 de octubre tenga lista su tarifa de autobús cuando aborde la airline. Para obtener más información visite ripta.com. Gracias por abordar Ripta.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
To the second inning we go. Red Sox with a 1-0 lead, still kind of wrapping our heads around that wonderful play made by Nick Pivetta to end the bottom of the first inning for the Red Sox. Adam Duvall, Jaron Duran, and Pablo Reyes in the Herb Chambers batting order in this top of the second inning.
What a play, though. I mean, that play was so difficult. You rarely see that where a pitcher has to go almost on a full sprint off the mound, racing to second base and make the Willie Mays basket catch. And believe me, he knew how good a catch that was.
Here's Adam Duvall, who swings and rips the first pitch foul down the left field line, way out of play. And it's 0-1. Sorting out the Herb Chambers laminate here as the 0-1 to Duvall is a little bit low with a curveball. Day 2 in the Herb Chambers batting order, which means this second innings lineup is brought to you by Herb Chambers Infinity of Westboro. 1-1 to Duvall, leading off the second inning on a cloudy night. 3 helicopters again off on the horizon. The pitch to Duvall is inside. They fly in formation like that so often to protect the many dignitaries who are coming in and out of the nation's capital. It is a totally protected airspace here over D.C. 2 balls and 1 strike to Duvall. Gray throws, and Duvall swings and fouls it back. He told us, Duvall, the other day that he really is starting to feel comfortable at the plate, mostly because he can finally let it rip with that wrist. Trusts his swing much more now. 2 balls, 2 strikes as Duvall will step out and use his time.
But we were talking about how fortunate maybe it was that they did not deal any of these outfielders, because you need all of them right now.
Drove in 4 on Sunday, and he swings and misses here at a curveball, and he is gone.
Well, Yoshida, as Alex Cora documented before the game, they're really drawn back on him. They think that he's really sort of wearing down right now. Duran, you're picking your spots with. Verdugo, you're just getting going again.
Here is Duran. I think it's likely that we will not see Yoshida in this entire series. That's got a couple lefties going tomorrow and Thursday. Here's the first one to Jaron Duran, who's found himself in a real offensive rut. A fastball from Josiah Gray misses inside for ball 1.
Well, I did a podcast with John Diebel, a longtime scout for the Red Sox, now with the Dodgers. He was talking about the differences between Japan and the United States so much.
1-0 is foul back. Duran 1 for his last 24.
There's so many things that you have to weigh in. And the Red Sox knew a lot of this with Yoshida, the fact that you're playing more games in the week. The travel is significantly more. You're playing outside a lot more. Yoshida never played this much in the field.
1-1 to Duran. Here's the pitch. And it is fouled on the first base side. Yeah, no time zone changes. And, of course, the Red Sox, right out of the All-Star break, went back and forth to the West Coast twice in 2 weeks. And the Red Sox think that really was the stretch that took a massive toll on Yoshida. 1 down, bases empty in the second. Red Sox leading the Nats 1-0. 1-2 to Jaron Duran. His average has dipped down to 297. The pitch here is swung on and missed. He struck him out with a curveball in the dirt. 3 straight strikeouts for Gray. And with 2 down, here comes Pablo Reyes.
Gray's starting to find his stuff, starting to find his command. But, you know, that conversation I had with John Diebel was so great because he also talked about how him and Eddie Romero, his courting of Shohei Ohtani coming out of high school. The Red Sox thought they had a very real chance of getting him.
Here's Pablo Reyes, who's been swinging the bat very well. He takes a slider for strike 1. I hope they think they have a great chance to get him after this season.
Well, even though we didn't take a meeting with them last time, the fact is that they did form a relationship back then. That says something.
Here is a line drive hit very well into left field. Rutherford back on the track, on the run. He makes the grab. Pablo Reyes is hitting missiles all over the place. He's retired, and so are the Red Sox. The Arbella Insurance Foundation, dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout from a Sox pitcher, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Pavetta back to the mound, 1-0 Red Sox in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
A little break from your tracks for some dairy facts. Dairy Farmers of America is recycling water on average 4 times per use. For instance, our farmers are using the same water to cool milk, care for cows, clean barns, and grow crops. Not too shabby. Learn more at dfanerdherd.com. Catch you on the milk side.
Ripta's R-Line fare-free pilot is coming to an end on September 30th. Starting October 1st, passengers must pay full fare on all Ripta R-Line buses. Pay your Ripta fare with Wave or $2 cash. For details, visit Ripta.com.
Where easy listening goes all electric. The all-electric BZ4X. Toyota. Let's go places.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Nick Pivetta back to the mound with a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second inning. 1-0 on the Verdugo homer. Pivetta's pitch to the left-handed hitting Dom Smith. Longtime New York Met is a strike, a fastball on the outside corner. 0-1 Smith. 5 homers, 31 driven in. Left-handed hitter deep in the box. Pivetta throws an 0-1. That is fouled off on the third base side, out of play. And it's 0-2 league leaders and who's circling the drain, presented by Drains by James, Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining, both residential and commercial. At drainsbyjames.com. They give a poop about your pipes. Told you Pivetta leads the world since late May in so many categories. The 0-2 is a soft ground ball off the third base bag and into foul territory. Smith rounding first. He'll easily get into second as Devers races onto the warning track to pick up the ball. That hit the extreme left side of the third base bag and clanked into the foul territory here. A base hit by about an inch and a double leading off the bottom of the second for Dom Smith. Barely made contact with that ball. But for the second straight inning, and that's for the man at second base and nobody out. Here now, Stone Garrett, right-handed hitter, aptly named. He is put together. He's a guy who does look good in a baseball uni. He swings and misses at a curveball, and it's 0-1.
Well, to follow up the conversation about managers and uniforms, when they're really in shape, Will, they just wear the T-shirts.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kapler.
Yeah.
And Kapler.
Time is called here by Garrett.
Schumacher.
Yeah. There are a lot of wonderful managers, but you're right, not many. But quite the same as they did in their playing days. 0-1. The pitch is a fastball right there. 96 miles an hour, and it's 0-2.
Oh, I remember being at the winter meetings, and Bob Watson told me, he said about Terry Francona, he called him his pajamas. He can't wear his pajamas anymore. That did not make Terry Francona happy.
I imagine not. Here's a high pop-up on the right side of the infield. Casas and Reyes come together, and Tristan is there reaching up to make the play. Smith stays at second. And with one down, here comes Jake Alou.
And then, of course, we have our good friend John Gibbons, Gibby, friend of the broadcast, and he just said, listen, I don't wear a uniform because, in other words, he just said, I'm too portly. Can't tuck it in.
Aaron Boone wears like the cut-off sleeve, almost Bill Belichick hooded sweatshirt. Still looks good as Jake Alou, left-handed hitter, digs in. Pivetta throws, and it's a ground ball just outside the first base bag. Close, but foul, and it's 0-1. Tony is in some hot water in New York. The Yankees' struggles continue.
How much do you put that on him, though? I mean, it's sort of a flawed roster this time around, isn't it?
Of course. It just feels like he may be in line to be a fall guy. 0-1 with one down to Alou. 1-0 Red Sox. The pitch is swung on and missed. And it's 0-2. They've had so many of the same issues year over year. Home run dependent, not the most athletic group. 0-2 to Alou, and they've had an incredible spate of injuries to their starting pitching. 0-2 the pitch. He is on the ground to first. This one just foul again.
Ooh.
And Alou is peppering the line. Goss has fielded it about 10 feet behind the base in foul territory, and it stays 0-2.
From 30,000-foot view, I mean, that did look like it might have been fair, but I'll defer to the ump. But, you know, it is a tricky thing with that Yankees. Is it too much? Has it had too many years of the same thing?
0-2. Foul ball on the third base side. I think you could make that argument at the very top of the organization, too.
Sure.
Sometimes new voices and new eyeballs are needed.
I saw that their trade deadline acquisition, Keenan Middleton, coming over from the White Sox, who ripped the White Sox. When they went back to Chicago, the White Sox did not put his name on the scoreboard.
0-2. Pavetta standing tall. He's thrown 36 pitches. The next one is swung on and missed. He got him with a great curveball down and in, and they're 2 down. Now, Pavetta has made great pitches with trouble behind him on the base pass. Now 2 outs. Here's Ildemaro Vargas. Yankees now just 1 game above 500, having dropped 3 straight. They got blasted by the Braves 11-3. On the Subaru of New England scoreboard, Yanks in New York again. I guess should say in Atlanta, and they're already trailing 3-0. 2 down. Here is Vargas. Lefty swings and hits a little dribbler in front of the plate. McGuire comes out, picks it up with a bare hand, fires a bullet to first base in time, and the inning's over. Another great job by Pavetta. Picks up the mask for Reese, and they both walk off after 2 with a 1-0 lead over the Nats in the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Ripta's R-Line fare-free pilot is coming to an end on September 30th. Starting October 1st, passengers must pay full fare on all Rhode Island Public Transit Authority R-Line buses. Pay your Ripta fare with Wave Smart Card, Wave Mobile app, or with $2 cash. On October 1st, please have your bus fare ready when boarding the R-Line. For more information, please visit Ripta.com. Thank you for riding Ripta.
Where easy listening goes all electric. And we're taking your requests. Hello, caller. What can we play for you?
Hi, first-time caller, long-time listener. I'd love to hear something with an easy driving beat.
Coming right up.
Woo!
The all-electric BZ4X. Electric made easy beasy. Toyota, let's go places.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Reese McGuire to lead it off for the Red Sox in the top of the third. They lead 1-0 thanks to a leadoff home run from Alex Verdugo. McGuire, then Verdugo, and Justin Turner in the Herb Chambers batting order. Brought to you by Herb Chambers, Lincoln of Norwood and Lincoln of Westboro. McGuire, lefty, batting .274, stands in. Gray throws, and Reese pops it up, straight back and out of play. Into the seats, and it's 0-1. We are so very high above the playing surface. This is higher even than Pittsburgh. Broadcast perched just off to the first base side of home plate. You can see the very top of the U.S. Capitol Dome.
If you tilt your head.
0-1 to McGuire. The pitch is on the ground, up the middle, and into center field. That's a base hit. It's just such a bizarre choice they made here, the Lerner family, when they put this ballpark in nearly 2 decades ago. They had the opportunity to have one of the great sight lines in all of the game, the natural beauty of the mall and the Capitol Dome, but instead they put up parking garages and condos, which by the way, have just exploded in this area they call the Navy Yard as Verdugo stands back in. The pitch to him is a strike on the outside corner.
Every time you come here, it seems like they have another wave of restaurants and bars and condos.
This area has absolutely exploded. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Outside. I mean, I grew up across the Potomac River in Alexandria, Virginia, and literally for my entire life, there was nothing here. I mean, the Southeast waterfront had like a couple seafood wholesale sellers on the water, but it has just boomed. 2-0 to Verdugo with McGuire at first. Gray is ready to pitch. Swinging a shot foul down the right field line. Verdugo's all over Gray, and it's 2-1.
So when they announced that they were building this park, what was the little Will Fleming's reaction?
In that,
just like, do you think it was a good location? Do you think it was a good idea? Were you excited? Was there a buzz in the air?
There definitely was. I mean, this area was without baseball for decades. Tried so hard to get it back. The 2-1 pitch is lined foul down the left field line. I mean, again, this was an underdeveloped area here on this waterfront part of the District of Columbia, but a lot like Boston, they needed to expand into areas with available land. And they found this. They've built a soccer stadium just around the corner. It has thrived. And, I mean, you just cannot see any open land now. Condos, hotels, restaurants, bars. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch is a little cue shot foul off the end of the bat. He was out in front of a curveball, and it stays 2-2.
I was talking to Gary DiSarcino, obviously the third base coach for the Nationals now, longtime member of the Red Sox organization, and he said he loves it because he lives in one of these condos we're talking about.
A lot of the Sox players do the same. Just in the Fenway Back Bay neighborhood. 2-2 to Verdugo. Here's the pitch. Alex takes a ball, a curveball down and in, and it's 3-2. That is nice to just walk to the yard every day.
Oh my goodness! And why we were talking about living near parks, he was just raving about his time as a Little Spinners manager. Obviously from that area, Bill Ricca.
Tisar also with the Paw Sox. Beloved figure in the Red Sox organization. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Verdugo. McGuire, not much of a lead at first. He's going. The pitch is swung on and missed. He's gone as Verdugo. Throw to second, not in time. Foot first slide for McGuire. Verdugo did chase ball 4 there, but McGuire got a great jump, and he's got a steal. So he's in scoring position with 1 down for Justin Turner.
Well, obviously that was all in the jump. If you look at sprint speed for Ryan McGuire, it's not going to be off the charts, but great jump by him, and just you can tell when a guy like him tries to steal a base, there's an element of desperation to get to second base.
He had a little giddy up there. Here's Turner. Grounded it short his first time. Here's the pitch. Oh, and in, look out. Man, Turner, bad memories still of spring training. That one really buzzed the tower. Unsurprisingly, that was McGuire's first steal of the year. One down, 1-0 to Turner. Outfield plays him a couple of steps towards right center field. Gray's head on a swivel. He throws, and JT swings and misses very late on a fastball. And it's 1-1. We were doing some reading about that final weekend back in 2021, which got the Red Sox ever so slightly across the finish line. They dropped a series in Baltimore, then came here basically needing to win all 3. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Turner lines one into right field, back into his right. Garrett, he will get there on the run to make the play. Loud contact, but Turner is out number 2. I mean, the Red Sox easily could have lost all 3 of those games, but in the end, victorious in them all, and most dramatically, the final game of the season. They trailed 5-1 after 5 innings. As Joe Weil reminds us, they used 7 pitchers that day. Chris Sale started the game and really struggled. Sawamura, Garrett Richards, throwback. 2 down for Devers with McGuire at second base. Unclear whether he brought his jacket that day. The pitch to Raffy misses high for ball 1. Then they went to Martin Perez, Garrett Whitlock, Eddie Rodriguez, who got the win in relief, and then Pivetta.
And you remember, Whitlock was running on fumes.
They leaned on him so hard. The throw to second, a close play, but McGuire back to the bag standing. 1-0 Red Sox, 2 down with a runner at second in the top of the third inning.
There's a few memories from this park. I remember Rick Porcello's double.
Off of Scherzer. 1-0. Here's the pitch. A swing and a drive way down the right field line, but hooking foul. Oh, my. That was blasted, but yanked a little bit foul, and it's 1-1.
Just the best way to describe this is it's uncorked.
That looked a lot like the ball he hit to put the Red Sox ahead for good on the final day of the season. One of his defining moments. 1-1. McGuire at second. Gray is ready, maybe a little shell-shocked. He throws. Devers takes outside. Changeup, and it's 2-1. Now through Thursday at Shaw's and Star Market, get 2-liter bottles of Coca-Cola or Pepsi or 28-ounce Gatorade for 97 cents when you use the digital coupon Limit 6. Save on Coke, Pepsi, and Gatorade today. Shaw's and Star Market. 2-1 to Devers. He waits, Gray throws, and Raffi takes low. The throw to second base gets into the outfield. McGuire, though, will not try for third. It clipped off of C.J. Abrams' glove and trickled onto the outfield grass. The Nationals are desperate to get Gray out of facing Devers here.
Their best avenue is trying to pick off Ryan McGuire second.
3 balls, 1 strike with 2 down. Story's out on deck. See if Raffi gets anything to hit here. Figure if he does, it could go a long, long way. 3-1. Here's the pitch. Devers swings and misses. That was a cutter that was right there, and Raffi's upset with himself. I mean, that was right in the heart of the plate. It is 3-2. Alex Cora predicted before the game that Raffi would have real good memories of this ballpark. Hard to blame him for that. 3-2 with 2 down. McGuire takes his lead again at second. Here's the pitch. Devers takes high, ball 4, so he has come up twice and walked twice. And that extends the inning with 2 on and 2 out for Trevor Story. Injury report is presented by Ketchus Law Group, New England's personal injury pros. Since 1986, they've won over $2 billion for their injured clients. You never pay unless Ketchus wins. Tanner Houck is going to start in the minor leagues tomorrow, and his next one will be against the Houston Astros with the Red Sox. Tail end of this road trip, here's Trevor Story. Pitch to him is swung on and missed. He chased a curveball there. Well off the plate, and it's 0-1.
Well, just so we can get out ahead of it, another Phillies pitcher is pitching a no-hitter. Zach Wheeler, no-hit the Blue Jays through 3 innings.
Michael Lorenzen did it a couple days ago. 0-1 to Story. Here's the pitch. Outside. And speaking of injury reports, Shane McClanahan is going to have Tommy John surgery in the next couple days and miss all of next season.
Oh. Wow.
Just a huge blow to the Tampa Bay Rays. 1-1 to Story. McGuire at second, Devers at first. Big thunderclouds overhead here. We're basically level with them in our broadcast position. 1-1 to Story. The pitch is way outside. A curveball, and Gray just is not testing these Red Sox hitters. He's thrown 63 pitches, 25 of them balls, and it's 2-1 to Story.
We are alternating holding up the red light to tell the helicopters not to fly into us.
There are a lot of those in the sky here tonight, too. 2-1. Hitters count for Story. Gray throws, and Trevor fouls it off on the first base side. It is 2-2. He was spraying balls all over Fenway Park on Sunday. Banged one off the wall in center field. Line drive to right center.
You know, you wonder about the Rays. Right now, they came into today. They're 3 back, of the Orioles. 5.5 up in the last wild card.
2-2 is a check swing. Did he go? No. Ooh. Was that close? Man alive, that could have easily been ruled a swing. Stu Shearwater says no. From here anyway, it looked like that was right on the border. So perhaps a break, maybe visions of Luis Urias before the Pablo Reyes grand slam. 2 on, 2 out, 1-0 Red Sox. Casas is out on deck. Gray taking his time, he throws, and Story takes outside, ball 4. So the bases will be loaded for Tristan Casas. Those are great plate appearances from both Devers and Story, and now the scene is set for Casas. Okay, Ruiz and Jim Hickey, the Nats pitching coach, going to talk things over here with Josiah Gray. Offers us a chance to give you a look at the Diesel Direct question of the day, which is brought to you by Diesel Direct. Remind you to stop wasting time at the pump. Get on-site fuel with Diesel Direct. We'll give you the results in the 7th inning. The question is whether or not Nick Pivetta will be more useful, resourceful for the Red Sox in relief or in the rotation. I assume that means for the remainder of this season.
Is this where I weigh in, or?
Sure. Cast your vote at Sox Booth.
I would like to see him stay in the rotation. I would like them just to get a rotation, keep the rotation, and then you can sort out the rest of the bullpen.
It's really the first time all year they've had a 5-man rotation.
And doesn't it feel different?
It totally does. All the structure that follows, and they'll have even more weapons with Houck returning. So here we go, a huge spot for Tristan Casas. Bases loaded with 2 down. Gray in a major jam. Not a lot of speed at second or third, but Story, who can fly, leading away at first. Not a huge crowd here tonight, and it's very pro-Red Sox. The pitch to Tristan, foul on the first base side. That one sends the Nats scattering in their first base dugout. Out of play, and it's 0-1.
Tristan 2 for 4 with a walk with the bases loaded.
He has been locked in at the plate, really, for the better part of 2 months. 0-1, this left-handed slugger. The pitch is high with a cutter, and it's 1-1. Tristan, after 60 games, was hitting 200 with a 692 OPS. 45 games since, 315 average, and a 1017 OPS. Phenomenal production. Hit here would go a long way. 1-1. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Man, perfectly dotted. And now it's 1-2.
I said this a couple of weeks ago. I think that Casas has a run in him for the American League Rookie of the Year. Right now, Gunnar Henderson is the favorite. But if you look at the way that Casas is evolving this year, I think he's a good bet, man.
Especially if he, runs into 8, 9, 10 more home runs. Can have an awesome stat line at the end of the season. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bases loaded with 2 down in the third. Gray does take forever. He throws, and Casas takes outside. I mean, he's one of the few pitchers we've seen all year, Gray, that legitimately throws every pitch with like 2 seconds left on the pitch timer. And he has backed himself into a major corner, 2-2 to the very patient Tristan Casas. Bases loaded. Trying to break the game open right here. Here it is. Tristan takes low. A curveball, and it's 3-2. And this is one of the things that makes him so special. That strike zone awareness, he's never out of an at-bat. So now the Red Sox fans coming to their feet, trying to support Casas here in D.C. Bases loaded, a full count for Tristan as Gray, a little rattled, steps off.
Also, Casas uses his timeout here.
McGuire at third, Devers clapping at second, Story at first. 3-2. Payoff pitch is swung on and ripped into right field. That's a base hit. McGuire scores. Behind him, Devers. He comes in standing. It's a 2-out, 2-run single for Tristan Casas, and it's 3-0 Red Sox.
The beauty of that at-bat was that Casas worked that at-bat so that he finally got the pitch that he could do damage with. Gray doesn't want to walk him. He throws the cutter right over the heart of the plate. I mean, waist high, right down the middle. Casas takes advantage of it, rifles it into right field.
On the play, Story over to third. Tristan remains at first. And here now is Adam Duvall. That is what makes Casas so intriguing. They've already got left-handed activity going in the Nats bullpen. Garcia is throwing. 72 pitches thrown as Duvall fouls the first one back. Early in the season, Tristan admitted he was looking to walk too much. And he would get ahead in counts, become a little passive. Now, he still has the ability to, as he just did there, get back into counts, work them full, and then still do damage. 0-1. 3-0 Boston. Here's the pitch to Duvall, and it is right there. A fastball, 93 miles an hour. And it's 0-2.
Well, that was just a case, Will, I think, of a pitcher who desperately did not want to take any chances with walking the guy. He throws a cutter right over the middle of the plate.
1-2 to Duvall, who struck out his first time. Runners at the corners. Gray throws, and Adam takes way outside in the dirt. Story scampering down the line, does not choose to come home. I thought he might take a gamble there, but he retreats to third, and it's 1-2.
We're just starting to see the impact Trevor Story is going to have on the base pass with the new rules, with his speed. As he's pointed out, he takes the biggest leads of any player in Major League Baseball.
Because he trusts himself to get back. He had 3 doubles and 2 steals on Sunday afternoon. 1-2 to Duvall. Story at third with Casas at first. Gray holds, and he throws, and Duvall takes outside. I mean, this just has not been impressive from Josiah Gray. When he's gotten ahead of Red Sox hitters, he's not attacked. He's let so many back in counts, and I think a big part of that is he does not have a willingness to throw the fastball. It's been cutters and sliders and curveballs. 2-2 to Duvall. Casas is running at first. This ball is hit high in the air into left center field. Thomas is over. He's there to make the play, and the inning is over. You wonder whether Casas forgot the count in that spot. Either way, Duvall puts it in play.
They robbed us of a Tristan Casas stolen base attempt.
As it is, 2 more in. 3-0 Red Sox in D.C. on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Radio BZ4X, Toyota.
Where easy listening goes all electric and accelerating is
Easy peasy.
BZ4X. Toyota. Let's go places.
Hey, Rhode Island drivers, in the market for a new vehicle? Then you have to visit Flood Mazda. As a President's Award winner, Flood Mazda is committed to providing an exceptional dealership experience. Stop in and browse over 100 new vehicles, including the Mazda CX-90, CX-5, CX-30, and more. Plus, shop a wide selection of high-quality pre-owned vehicles, along with Mazda certified vehicles, all priced for your budget. And every vehicle is backed by the Flood Advantage Plan. You get free dent repair, free windshield repair, free key replacement, and so much more. Looking to trade? Flood Mazda will give you top dollar for your trade-in. All makes and models are welcome. And when you need to service your vehicle, Flood Mazda has you covered with complimentary pickup and delivery, loaner vehicles, and more. There's never been a better time or place to get behind the wheel of a new Mazda than right now at Flood Mazda in Wakefield during the Mazda Season of Discovery sales event. Visit us at 220 Old Tower Hill Road or online at floodmazda.com.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Nick Pivetta back to work for the bottom of the third with a 3-0 lead. And his first pitch to Blake Rutherford, a left-handed hitter, is a strike on the outside corner. Good fastball, and it's 0-1. What a great top of the third that was from the Red Sox offense. 0-1. Here's the pitch. And it's on the ground on the right side into the outfield. That is a base hit. So for the third straight inning, the Nats get the leadoff man aboard. It'll bring up the leadoff hitter, C.J. Abrams. You know, Rob, that is such the ultimate example, that top of the third inning, of the depth the Red Sox now have in their lineup with Story back and Duvall in there. The quality of the at-bat from both Devers and Story to work walks, set the table for Casas. That was just a wonderful sequence.
And putting the ball in play, too. And we've talked a lot about that this year compared to last year.
Here's C.J. Abrams, who walked and stole a base his first time here. He takes a fastball just off the inside part of the plate, and it's 1-0. C.J. Abrams has got a lot of people in D.C. excited. Coming into his own, the 1-0 is a strike on the outside corner, 1-1.
He really, like we said, that 2019 first round, 6th overall pick, high school shortstop. Same year Bobby Witt was picked as a high school shortstop.
1-1. The pitch is in the dirt. He, at the beginning of the year, was the third youngest player in the game. It's sort of been a tradition here in D.C., going all the way back to Bryce Harper, Juan Soto. They've always had extremely young star players. 2-1 with the leadoff man aboard at first. Pivetta throws, and Abrams swings and misses at a good curveball. It is 2-2. This guy, since being put in the leadoff spot, hitting .305 with 4 home runs, so it really suits him well. Well, play depth sort of over to pull behind Pivetta for this left-handed hitter. The 2-2 is swung on and missed. He elevated a fastball. He is gone as Abrams. 4th strikeout for Pivetta, and we take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Fleming, Rob Bradford in the nation's capital. Sort of a beautiful sunset developing at the moment as Lane Thomas drives one high down the right field line, but foul and out of play. And it is 0-1. Some shades of pink and purple off beyond the right field foul pole. Mostly cloud cover, obscuring the sky in center and in left. We would know about the clouds because we can basically touch them from where we sit. 0-1 to Thomas. The pitch is up and in, and it's 1-1.
It's impressive how you talk through that mask.
To give me enough oxygen?
It's oxygen mask.
1-1 to Thomas. Here's the pitch. And it is fouled off the front foot. This is the Kilimanjaro broadcast booth.
I think that was on the door when we walked in. But reminds me, other than this broadcast booth, have you ever had the oxygen mask drop down on a flight?
Never have.
Good for you.
And I'm glad. That would terrify me.
Good for you.
1-2 to Lane Thomas. 3-0 Red Sox in the third. Pivetta holds. He throws. And Thomas takes low, which makes me think you have had them pop.
No, I haven't. I was living vicariously through you, I had hoped. But no, I am also thankful for that. I'm not big on heights anyway. So that's why I'm wearing a seatbelt right now.
Don't go to the top of the Washington Monument. 2-2 is sky down the right field line, out of play and foul.
Oh, you go to those places like the CN Tower or the whatever it's called in Chicago now, and you have the glass floors. I do not do well on those.
No, that's not my favorite either. Even if there are rails and walls, it just gives me the heebie-jeebies. This is not quite Shea Stadium and Citi Field, but we are in a flight pattern from Washington National Airport. 2-2 is outside. And the count is full.
My wife did that thing around the CN Tower where they strap you in and you lean out over it.
Well, she is a daredevil. She's married to you, after all.
You're welcome. Straight ball right down the middle for you.
3-2 with one down. Rutherford leading at first, and he'll be chased back with a strong pickoff throw from Pivetta. Now through Thursday at Shaw's and Star Market, 2-liter bottles of Coca-Cola or Pepsi or 28-ounce Gatorade for 97 cents when you use the digital coupon. Limit 6. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Pivetta throws, and Thomas takes low, ball 4. curveball, and Pivetta has now walked 2 this evening. And Thomas aboard first and second with only 1 out for Joey Meneses.
Well, he's not missing by much. That was a case in point right there, but you got to have this shutdown inning here. You got a couple runs. You feel good. You're up 3-0. You got great stuff tonight.
Not the guy you want up in this spot against right-handers with runners in scoring position. Joey Meneses, 391. 2 on with 1 out. The pitch is a fastball high, ball 1. Pivetta's had more stressful innings tonight than in recent memory. He's pitched out of 2 jams, now in a third. He struck out Meneses swinging back in the opening inning. 1-0 is outside. Another curveball that missed, and it's 2-0, and now hot water all around Pivetta.
Oh, DiSarcino was telling me before the game, this is how their offense works. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. You know, you're not going to get necessarily the huge blows, the 3-run homers. It's going to chip away. And as we said at the outset of the broadcast, Will, I mean, they've been winning since July 8th, 3rd best record in the National League.
On the mound is over. Yeah, this is no pushover. The Red Sox are getting the Nats at the wrong time, but they do lead 3-0. Big sequence here for Pivetta behind Meneses. 2-0 with 2 on. The pitch. That's swung on and missed. Great fastball at 96, and it's 2-1.
I just come right at you. 96 miles an hour. Swing and miss.
Later tonight, the Orioles will give the ball to Flaherty, their trade deadline acquisition in San Diego against Michael Wacha. 2-1 is high. Fastball at 96, and it's 3-1. Orioles beat the Padres last night 4-1. They are 74-45. Dangerous spot here for Pivetta, 3-1. Here's the pitch, and that is low, ball 4. So Pivetta has walked 2 straight. The bases are loaded for Keibert Ruiz, and here comes the Red Sox pitching coach, Dave Bush.
The last 3 pitches after that visit by Wong, Pivetta just tried coming back with 3 straight fastballs and attack. It worked the first time, but the last 2 missed the zone, walks the guy.
So they will huddle on the mound. The entire infield joins this conversation. You should check out Alex Spear's great piece on Nick Pivetta in the Boston Globe over the last couple of days. Nick does not often give long sit-down conversations, but he and Alex really did get together. Nick was as open as I frankly have ever heard him about his emotions after last year. Alex tells the story that Pivetta sat at his locker openly weeping with the way that the season ended in so much disappointment. He's such a fierce and fiery competitor. And on the mound in a huge jam here with the bases loaded and 1 down. 3-0 Sox. The pitch to Ruiz, left-handed hitter, misses with a curveball, and it's 1-0. Pivetta is missing with more regularity here than he almost ever does. 1-0. Needs a strike here. The pitch is a good one. A curveball that does bend into the top of the zone. And it's 1-1.
Wonder if he's going to follow up these 2 curves with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball right here. Attack the zone, come back.
They lead at every base. 1-1 he throws. And a line drive into right field. That could clear the bases. Over to get it is Verdugo. He slides. It's off his glove. And they will hold the runner at third in Meneses. 2 runs are in on a double from Keibert Ruiz. And the Red Sox lead is trimmed to 1. It is 3-2.
Well, that's exactly why I thought he would come back with another fastball. He doesn't. He went with a 3rd straight curveball. And Meneses, all he had to do was sort of reach out and plop it into right field.
This is something he did not do for the last couple months in relief, which we did see from him at times as a starter where he would kind of fall in love with that 12-6 curveball. That's why he's introduced the slider and cutter. Here is Dom Smith, left-handed hitter. He fouls it off on the third base side, and it's 0-1. I mean, that's the whole reason they introduced those east-west pitches, is because hitters were seeing that as a too predictable pattern.
Well, it felt like that was predictable, didn't it, when he came back with that third straight curve to Ruiz?
0-1 to Smith. Pitch is fouled on the first base side. I mean, the consecutive walks really hurting Pivetta here. Thomas and Meneses. Still only one out. This is really big sequence for Pivetta. Looking for a strikeout here. It's 0-2. They will concede the tying run. The infield is back. 0-2 is swung on and missed. He got him with a fastball. That was beautiful from Pivetta. And with his 5th strikeout, 2 down. And now it's up to Stone Garrett.
He's got great giddy-up on his fastball tonight, Will. Maybe he just doesn't feel like he has the command where he can lean on it as much as the curve.
2 on, 2 out. With 2 runs in for the Nats. 3-2 Red Sox as Stone Garrett, the right-handed hitter, stands in. The pitch is lined over the glove of Casas all the way into the corner in right field. 2 runs will score, and the Nationals will take the lead. Stone Garrett, a 2-run double, and it is 4-3 Washington.
Well, this is exactly what DiSarcina was talking about. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. That's how this felt. Couple walks, couple bloops, just going the other way, taking advantage of misplaced pitches. Right there, fastball right down the middle of the plate. Inside out swing. Next thing you know, the Nationals have the lead. That was quick.
Blink of an eye. There's Jake Alou, a left-handed hitter. That's a flip this game that is crawling along. The pitch is outside. I mean, part of that is Josiah Gray has faced traffic all night, works the pitch clock nearly to 0 every time. But it has been stressful for Pivetta, too. This is the 8th hitter he's faced this inning. 4 of them have scored. 1-0 to Alou. Pitch is outside. Not spelled like Felipe or Moises. This is just A-L-U. I think the Red Sox have got to think about getting the bullpen going here soon.
There's some guys stirring around down there. Limbering. It looked like somebody's getting up to warm up.
2-0. Here's the pitch. And that is skied down the left field line, slicing foul and out of play. And it's 2-1.
I think that's Bernardino.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one of the few advantages we have in this vantage point. We can really see who's warming up.
You can see the bullpens. I'd take a view of home plate, but that's just me. The 2-1 is a little bit on the inside corner. Late call there from the home plate umpire, Bruce Dreckman, and it's 2-2. Of course, what do I know? I can't see whether that was on the corner, up above the plate, off the side. We're just going by the reactions. 2-2. Here's the pitch. And that is on the ground to the right side. Pablo Reyes, the second baseman, gloves. Little double clutch. He throws to first, and the inning is over. But damage done. Nats get 4 up. And after 3, they lead 4-3. Duran, Reyes, and McGuire for the Sox and the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Summer is a great time to get your yearly checkup. I'm Dr. Christopher Adiano from Neighborhood Health Plan of Rhode Island, reminding you to schedule checkups for everyone in your family to help you stay healthy. Your doctor will answer any questions and make sure everyone is up to date on screenings and vaccines.
With Neighborhood, you can get high-quality, affordable health insurance for you and your family. To learn how to join, call 1-401-459-6075. At Neighborhood, we're here for you.
Sail away on the Black Island Ferry. Take a trip back to carefree times. Leave today, Black Island awaits you. Just leave your troubles behind.
Your Black Island getaway starts as soon as you board. Enjoy the ride and some fresh ocean air on our traditional or high-speed ferries from Point Judith. Visit BlackIslandFerry.com or call 866-783-7996 for more information.
Gresh and Fourier, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Josiah Gray now with a lead as we go to the fourth inning, 4-3 Nationals. It'll be Jarren Duran, Pablo Reyes, and Reese McGuire in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Volvo Cars of Norwood. This game started with such a bang. Verdugo leadoff homer. The Red Sox a fabulous top of the third inning with a couple runs and a big hit from Casas, but they've given it back 4-3. Duran in a major funk, one for his last 25. Trying to ignite here in the fourth. Gray winds, he throws, and Duran lines one into right field. That is a base hit. So the speedy Duran, a nice answer, and he is aboard for the Red Sox to begin the fourth.
You're going to see a lot of relief work tonight. Gray is not long for this game. He had 79 pitches.
They have stopped throwing in the Red Sox bullpen once Nick got out of that jam. First time since May the 16th, he's allowed 4 earned runs. So here's Pablo Reyes, who hit one sharply that was caught in left field his first time. Duran leading, not running. The pitch is inside. It almost hit him. Pablo's got the Ronald Acuna batting gloves going today, bright yellow. He's been a hot hitter.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's hitting like Acuna, so why not?
Not quite the same power profile, but a game-winning grand slam over the weekend at Fenway. 1-0. Throw to first is a little late as Duran slides back in. So often after a pickoff throw, Jarren will take off.
Acuna does celebrate every home run like Reyes celebrated his walk-off grand slam, though. So
He does. He soaks him in. 1-0. Duran is not running. The pitch is swung on a miss. We saw Duran flinching from here, which means he's trying to time Gray up, but does not quite have a sense of it. He holds it first, and it's 1-1. Duran, 23 steals in 25 attempts. A little bit bigger lead now, 1-1 to Pablo. He runs. The pitch is fouled on the first base side. That's a shame because Duran easily had that base stolen.
No question. No question. Great jump by him.
So he did time him up there. Reese McGuire is out on deck. Fourth inning is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your car and help a child today. Schedule your free pickup at 877 Cars for Kids or carsforkids.com. One and two to Reyes. Throw to first again, and Duran is easily back with a head-first dive.
Here we go. I mean, you've thrown over twice. Here you go. Take second. Take second, Jarren Duran.
I think you can almost book it that he'll go at some point here, if not right here on this pitch. 1-2. Duran leading and leaning. Not going. The pitch is inside to Reyes, and it's 2-2. Dave Stipe is our broadcast engineer here in the booth at Nationals Park. Bridget Prue back at the flagship WEEI. Yankees have fallen further back. Speaking of Ronald Acuna, 5-0 Braves in the bottom of the fourth inning. 2-2 to Pablo Reyes. Here's the pitch, and it is ripped into left field. That's down for a hit. Duran can fly. He's going to test it. He's around second, into third easily. Pablo on the backside into second base, and here come the Red Sox. Pablo fired up at the second base bag, second and third with nobody out.
Rutherford playing so deep, got that well into the corner, and Abrams really didn't go out to get the cut at all. Didn't give him a chance to get Reyes at second. I don't know if Duran would have had a chance if he was going on that play. Probably not.
That is the last pitch that Josiah Gray will throw. Red Sox trying to get the lead right back. Pablo Reyes is a machine right now. They use the bullpen cart here in D.C. That's pretty cool. They got one with a Nats hat on. It comes onto the track. They'll pick the lefty Garcia up. Or not really. They just he runs by it, and the cart will follow him to the mound. So second and third, nobody out for Reese McGuire. Red Sox trailing by a run here in D.C. in the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Arbella Insurance is the presenting sponsor of the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. We've been proudly supporting Dana-Farber and the Jimmy Fund and its mission to provide life-saving cancer care, research, education, and prevention for over 15 years. Donate $50 or more to the Jimmy Fund, and you could save 6% off your car insurance with Arbella. Find a local independent agent at arbella.com. Arbella, here for the Jimmy Fund. Here for good.
New England. It's time to get out there in a built Ford tough truck, and it starts at your New England Ford dealer's Discover Summer Sales Event. From the detail-oriented F-150 to the all-new Super Duty, there's no surprise why F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 46 years straight, are the best way to make this summer one for the books. With your New England Ford dealers stocked with fresh inventory, now's the best time to discover summer in a Ford. Claim based on 1977 to 2022 CY total sales.
So Davey Martinez and the Washington Nationals have gone to their bullpen. They'll bring in the lefty because you got McGuire and Verdugo due up, then Turner, Devers, and Story. It's Robert Garcia, the 27-year-old left-hander who has not seen a lot of the mound, just 6 2/3 innings on the Major League team this year. He's claimed off waivers the first day of August from Miami, but over 6 minor league seasons with the Marlins. That's pretty good numbers. Here, though, against Reese McGuire. Impressive response for the Red Sox after giving up 4 runs in the bottom of the third, right back in business here in the fourth. McGuire singled, stole a base, and scored a run on the Casas hit his first time. Left on left. And they will concede at least 1 run. The Nats are back on the infield as McGuire swings and fouls one over the head of Verdugo in the on-deck circle.
Oh, catcher interference?
Reese McGuire leads the universe in that. I think that's like the 5th time this year he's been a part of that play. He clipped the catcher's glove, and now the bases are loaded with nobody out for Alex Verdugo. He's got the longest swing that really angles back towards the catcher, does Reese. That's unbelievable.
It really is. And up until this year, we rarely saw that like once a year. Now it's a weapon.
And now a real chance for Verdugo. Bases loaded, the pitch is outside from Garcia, and it's 1-0.
How about Reese McGuire? Best bunter in the major leagues and best catcher interference hitter in the major leagues.
I've never seen anything like it. 1 ball, no strikes. Verdugo homered his first time, struck out his next, and here he takes a ball outside a fastball, and it's 2-0. Second straight inning. The Red Sox have worked the bases loaded. 2-0 to Verdugo. Here's the pitch, and Alex takes a ball. Fastball that easily could have been called a strike, was not, and it's 3-0. Now I do think you'll see Verdugo take one, unless it is absolutely right where he wants it. Bases loaded, 3-0. The pitch is drilled high into center field. Lane Thomas underneath it, definitely deep enough to score Duran from third. The throw goes to third, is cut off. The throw to second, and they got him. So McGuire is out at second base. The run scores. Red Sox tie the game. Reese is calling to the dugout to say, you need to look at this. He thinks he beat the tag. The Red Sox have the hand held high, and they do want to look. And what an important call this is coming up.
Man, let's start with the fact that Alex Verdugo swung on 3-0. Did get the job done, get the runner in. Looking at that replay, Will, I think that he might have avoided the initial tag and got the foot in after.
Kind of like a swim move. So he gets the bag with his right hand. The tag goes to the belt buckle of McGuire. The first angle makes it very hard to see when he's tagged as it relates to where his hand is on the bag. And the second part is the glove stays on the belt buckle as Reese slides through, and maybe the hand comes off the bag. critical review coming up here. I mean, Reese saw the throw going to third. He tried to pick up second base, and then a really heads-up play there by Abrams to cut it off and throw to second. The throw beat McGuire by plenty. The right hand on the right field side of the second base bag appeared to make contact with the base. The question is, does New York have a better angle than the one we do? Because it's just impossible to tell from this vantage point when the hand touched the base related to when the glove was on the belt. And you can't hear it, but the call is confirmed, and McGuire is out at second base. So that is a huge play for the Nationals. They get the game tied on the sacrifice fly, but then on the backside, they turn it into a double play. 8-6-4. And now with 2 down, Reyes at third for Justin Turner.
I know he got the job done with a sac fly, but boy, swinging 3-0 to begin that whole play.
Reyes a big lead at third. Turner takes a strike on the outside corner. He would like more than that in that situation.
I mean, you've landed, sure, you tied the game, but you landed with 2 outs on that play.
0-1 to Turner. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Good changeup. And it's 0-2. I mean, certainly the Nationals would have run to the dugout, having given up just 1 run with the bases loaded and nobody out. Turner trying to pick Reyes up at third. 0-2. Here it is. Turner takes outside. Change up again. And it's 1-2. Walmart is stepping up to the plate. For every Walmart wall ball, they'll donate $100 to the American Diabetes Association. Visit AmericanDiabetesAssociation.org for free resources and support. 1-2. Pitch is foul on the first base side. How many times have we seen this where Turner falls behind and works himself back into a count?
Well, Will, another part of this equation is that you have to understand who's up coming up. The guy who you would say at the top of the list, you want coming up with guys on base. It's been the best all year for them.
1-2. The pitch is skied down the right field line, slicing foul toward the seats. And out of play, it remains 1-2 to Turner.
I tweeted out a week or so ago when Turner had another big hit with runners in scoring position. I don't remember a lot of players since Ortiz left who you just felt like was going to get a hit with a guy in runners in scoring position. Of course, forgetting J.D. Martinez's 2018 year.
1 ball, 2 strikes. By the way, Carlos Febles is not here. Kyle Hudson is the third base coach. I believe that's Jose Flores at first. The 1-2 is inside. And, of course, on a play like that, you wonder what the communication was between Flores and McGuire, Hudson and Reyes there. We'll look into that and see what's going on with Carlos Febles. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Justin Turner. A runner at third. It's 4-4 Red Sox and Nats. And the pitch is to the backstop, coming home. Reyes at first slide. He is in there ahead of the tag of the catcher Ruiz. Lightning bolt Pablo Reyes on a wild pitch, and the Red Sox lead it 5-4.
What a great play by Reyes, but also slow reaction from Garcia. The ball bounces back, and Will, I don't know about you. When I saw that bounce, I'm like, uh-oh, Reyes is in trouble. Because it bounced really close to home plate, but the pitcher wasn't able to get there, and Ruiz had to sort of dive in an attempt to get Reyes. Obviously, didn't get him.
Yeah, it took a perfect bounce. And how about Justin Turner leaping over the top of Pablo Reyes, who came under his feet? 3 balls, 2 strikes. 5-4 Red Sox. That takes away some of the pain of the out on the bases as Turner fouls it off on the third base side. I mean, it was a great read by Pablo. He broke right away. But as you say, it took this perfect bounce off the netting right behind home plate and caromed right back toward the catcher, Ruiz.
There is not a ton of room behind home plate right here, and it obviously hit a hard part of that wall to make that bounce go back toward home plate.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch is fouled off. I mean, you just cannot say enough about the things that Pablo Reyes is doing right now to help this Red Sox team win.
Yeah, and I said before that you got to give the front office a lot of credit for finding Pablo Reyes. This wasn't like you traded for a major leaguer. He was in AAA with the Oakland A's.
been an absolute revelation. 3-2 to Turner. Another protracted at bat for him. Here's the payoff. And JT takes strike 3. He didn't think so. And I think that's a poor call by Bruce Dreckman. JT is almost never emotional. Puts his hands on his head. And he just had a walk taken away from him. That thing missed by 3 inches. Turner is done. The Red Sox do bounce back with 2 runs. They lead 5-4 going to the bottom of the 4th after this in the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Summer is a great time to get your yearly checkup. I'm Dr. Christopher Adiano from Neighborhood Health Plan of Rhode Island, reminding you to schedule checkups for everyone in your family to help you stay healthy. Your doctor will answer any questions and make sure everyone is up to date on screenings and vaccines.
With Neighborhood, you can get high-quality, affordable health insurance for you and your family. To learn how to join, call 1-401-459-6075. At Neighborhood, we're here for you.
El programa piloto de tarifa gratuita para la airline de Ripta finaliza el 30 de octubre. A partir del 1 de octubre, los pasajeros deben pagar la tarifa completa en todos los autobuses de la airline de la Autoridad de Transporte Público de Rhode Island. Pague su tarifa Ripta con una tarjeta inteligente Wave, la aplicación móvil Wave o con $2 en efectivo. El 1 de octubre tenga lista su tarifa de autobús cuando aborde la airline. Para obtener más información visite ripta.com. Gracias por abordar Ripta.
After school time can be chaotic, but it can also be a chance to keep the learning, creativity, and fun flowing. Thankfully, Dollar General is here with a winter before dinner pairing that busy parents can feel good about. Mott's and Crayola. Create fridge-worthy moments and nail snacks and creativity time with everyday savings on Mott's applesauce and juices, plus Crayola crayons, markers, and more. Nutritious snacks inside the fridge, their latest masterpiece displayed on the outside. It's after school made awesome. Find them at your DG.
Jones and Mego, weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 4th, Red Sox winning 5-4. Nick Pivetta back on the mound, throws first pitch of the inning. First strike 1, pumps in the fastball. Second pitch, another fastball. That would be a ball, 1-1. Like that?
That was fantastic. I was running back here faster than Pablo Reyes to try to prevent that, but I thank you for picking me up.
Prevent excellence? Why would you want to do that?
1-1 pitch to Ildemaro Vargas is a ground ball right at first base on one hop. Casas has it. He makes the play, and there's one away.
If I could see the clouds, if I weren't in the clouds, I would describe the clouds.
They're gone. Well, it's, as you so often point out, darkening skies here. That's the first time all night that Pivetta has retired the leadoff hitter. 72 pitches thrown. If he settles in, he could go much longer in this game as the left-handed hitting Blake Rutherford takes a fastball for strike 1. 5-4 Red Sox. I mean, Pablo Reyes is doing everything for this club. The 0-1 misses inside, a slider, and it's 1-1. He ripped a ball into left field his first time that was caught, then doubled and scored on the wild pitch. He's played great defense up the middle. 1-1. The pitch is swung on and missed. A slider, and it's 1-2.
I think that's one thing that maybe we haven't talked enough about over the last week. Obviously, Trevor Story, we're focusing on him, but Pablo Reyes solidifying second base.
1-2 strikes. The pitch is strike 3 called on the outside corner. Pivetta rolling along again. His 6th strikeout, and they're 2 down. Yeah, I mean, we remember, Rob, that for a while it was sort of like a 3-headed monster, and who was going to survive between Yu Chang and Pablo Reyes and Christian Arroyo. Pablo won the battle, and he has solidified himself ever since. Here is C.J. Abrams, who has walked and struck out. Here's the pitch, and it is a strike right in there with a fastball, and it's 0-1.
The ironic thing was one of the things that they really liked about Reyes was his versatility because he could play outfield, but, I mean, who needs him in outfield?
No doubt about that. The 0-1 is swung on and missed. Abrams couldn't check on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-2. He's been brilliant at second base, and that matters so much with Story back in the fold at shortstop. Pablo will play there when the Red Sox choose to get Story off his feet. No balls, 2 strikes. Base is empty with 2 down. Pivetta looking at a very quick inning here. The 0-2 is just low. Man, close curveball. And it's 1-2.
Night and day, though, Will, compared to last inning with Pivetta, the confidence that he's pitching with.
1-2. He throws. And Abrams rips it into center field. That's a base hit. He came in with a fastball right in the heart of the plate. And Abrams did not miss it. That was on the brink of a 10-pitch inning, but it continues now with the speedy Abrams as the tying run at first base. He easily stole in the first inning. So high alert here for Pivetta and Reese McGuire as Lane Thomas stands in. I think it's a pretty safe bet that Abrams stole his 30th base earlier tonight, is going to take off. Not running here as Thomas takes a strike on the outside corner. I think Lane is probably giving Abrams a pitch to run on, but he did not go. That was sort of like the pitch that Justin Turner was rung up on. Looked to be a ball, but called a strike. 0-1. Casas holding Abrams. He's not going. The pitch is skied down the right field line, foul. And out of play, and it's 0-2.
The one guy you did not want to get on base, no matter 1 out, 2 outs, whatever it is Abrams. 30 stolen bases already this year. He gets to say he makes a ton of stuff happen. He's the Duran of this team.
0-2. Pitch is swung on and missed. He got him. A slider at 90 miles an hour. He goes back to that pitch, and it ends the inning. To the 5th we go. 5-4 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Summer is a great time to get your yearly checkup. I'm Dr. Christopher Adiano from Neighborhood Health Plan of Rhode Island, reminding you to schedule checkups for everyone in your family to help you stay healthy. Your doctor will answer any questions and make sure everyone is up to date on screenings and vaccines.
With Neighborhood, you can get high-quality, affordable health insurance for you and your family. To learn how to join, call 1-401-459-6075. At Neighborhood, we're here for you.
Looking for a deal on your next vehicle? Then you have to visit Flood Ford. Our team is committed to going above and beyond to make the car buying process easy and stress-free. Stop in and shop a variety of F-150 models, all with transparent pricing, no markups, no games. What you see is what you pay. And every vehicle is backed by our Flood Advantage plan. You get free dent repair, free windshield repair, free key replacement, and so much more. In the market to upgrade, we'll give you top dollar for your trade-in. We buy all makes and models. And when you need to service your vehicle, we have you covered with convenient pickup and delivery, a courtesy shuttle, and certified technicians you can trust. Whether you're a lifelong Ford driver or looking to make the switch, there's never been a better time or place to get behind the wheel of a new Ford than right now at Flood Ford. Make the drive for a better buying experience today. Visit us in East Greenwich or Narragansett, or shop online anytime at floodauto.com.
The Rich Keefe Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Rafael Devers is going to lead it off for the Red Sox as we go into the top of the 5th. 5-4. This has been quite a game so far. Red Sox had a 3-0 lead, gave it back 4-3, and then 2 in the 4th to pull back ahead. Here's Devers, who's walked twice and scored a run. Garcia, the lefty, stays in the game, and he misses outside. with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, this probably is going to be Garcia's last batter, I would imagine. Story up on deck.
Here is Rafi taking outside Casas after that. It's 2-0, and that was the point that Alex Cora made earlier, that Story and Duvall really balance out this lineup so much that you just cannot attack the Red Sox with left-handed relief late in games. As Rafi hits it on the ground to second, Lou has it. He throws to first, and Devers is gone. Davey Martinez stays in the Nats dugout for now as Trevor Story stands in.
Oh, there you go. What do I know?
So many things.
Wait till Trevor Story hits a home run right here, then I'll know everything.
They try as best they can to balance the lineup, and it's so much easier with Story and Duvall. Trevor has walked and popped out. One down in the top of the fifth. The pitch is a strike. That's a backdoor slider. It's on one. This is the matchup in which Story is so lethal. I mean, he's been a great hitter in his career against righties and lefties, but he destroys left-handers. 0-1 and a breaking ball in the dirt. I think, Rob, when he was with the Colorado Rockies, he had the #1 OPS in the sport against lefties.
And you go back to his time with the Rockies, and we talked about how good he was defensively before his arm went south. 2019, he was excellent. I think he was third in the majors in runs saved.
Boy, brings some bullets out to Bruce Streckman, and the velocities, Rob, on his throws from shortstop since returning are right where they were when he was fully healthy with the Rockies. It's been a really encouraging development. Get you caught up on the Subaru of New England scoreboard in just a moment. The pitch is upcoming to Story. Here it is, and Trevor lines one into deep right center field. Back into his left is Thomas. He's there to make the play on the run. And they're 2 down for Casas. Don't miss out on a Subaru summer. Make the most of summer in a brand new 2023 Subaru. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Now the Jays and Phillies are in the top of the 7th inning, tied at 1. Angels and Rangers, bottom third, scoreless. Mariners and Royals, bottom third. They, too, are scoreless. Braves rip Luis Severino. They got a 5-0 lead in the 6th over the Yankees. Here's Casas, who's driven in a couple runs. He takes a slider for a ball inside, 1-0. What an at-bat Casas had his last time. Here with the bases empty. 1-0. The pitch is popped up on the left side of the infield. The third baseman and the catcher, Ruiz, in foul ground. Wobbling there to make the play is the catcher, Keber Ruiz, with 2 hands, and the inning is over. Very quickly go the Red Sox in the 5th. To the bottom half we go. 5-4 Red Sox in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
The PBP, Voices of Baseball, is a podcast about the art and craft of play-by-play, and we're in the middle of an amazing season. Catch up on episodes with Joe Buck, Joe Davis, Pat Hughes, and more, and learn along with me, Matt Spiegel, how the job is done.
It's not just home run Bryce Harper in the Phillies lead. To really do it justice, you got to widen the lens. What does this home run mean?
The PBP, Voices of Baseball. I bring you the people who bring you the game. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
The bottom of the 5th we go. Nick Pivetta continues in the game. You'll see Joey Meneses, Keber Ruiz, and Dom Smith for the Nats. Off in the distance below us, the pitch to Meneses is about to come home from Pivetta. He winds, he throws, and Joey Meneses takes strike one with a slider on the outside corner, 0-1. I would imagine, Rob, that after that 4-run third inning, when Pivetta went into the dugout, Dave Bush was just talking to him almost exclusively about pitch mix. 0-1, is looped foul on the first base side. It was so unusual to see Nick, in some ways, revert back to the two-pitch, four-seam curveball combo.
Yeah, and now right there, he throws the slider. He's mixing it up a little bit more. But you're right. Those three curveballs in a row, really baffling.
Here is a high pop-up into shallow left field. The shortstop Story is out. He will call off Duran. He's there to make the play. And very quickly, one away.
That's a simple play, obviously. But really, for me, Will, it's striking how much confidence Story gives the entire defense of him being out there.
That's going to do it for Pivetta. He's going to come out with one down in this fifth inning. Alex Cora managing very aggressively. Yeah, I mean, like the opening play the other day when Story returned in foul territory, I don't think many other shortstops in the whole game get there with so much ease. That's going to do it for Bernardino. How nice of the Nationals. They do offer the bullpen cart to the Red Sox. I think it's Bernardino coming out of the bullpen. We'll confirm that here in just a moment. You get the left-handed hitting Keibert Ruiz.
Come on, take it. Take the bullpen card. Take it.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Oh, he's walking right by it.
It is Bernardino, and he's going to jog himself all the way to the mound. 5-4 Red Sox, one down in the fifth. We go to a station break on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, it's the perfect time to check out all the great content at buyfordnow.com. Find Ford offers you won't see advertised anywhere else. Search Ford dealer inventory for your dream vehicle. Compare Ford SUVs, trucks, and electric vehicles versus the competition. Calculate your trade-in value and learn about exclusive offers for military and first responders. So, visit buyfordnow.com and then see your New England Ford dealers.
Arbella Insurance is the presenting sponsor of the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. We've been proudly supporting Dana-Farber and the Jimmy Fund and its mission to provide life-saving cancer care, research, education, and prevention for over 15 years. Donate $50 or more to the Jimmy Fund, and you could save 6% off your car insurance with Arbella. Find a local independent agent at arbella.com. Arbella, here for the Jimmy Fund. Here for good.
Brennan Bernardino, who really is emerging into this new role, almost like a left-handed specialist out of the Red Sox bullpen, is going to see at least one lefty, Dom Smith. Keibert Ruiz will flip it around and bat from the right side against Brennan Bernardino. After Pivetta goes 4 1/3 innings, allows 4 runs all in 1 inning on 5 hits. He did walk 3 and strike out 7. So Ruiz at the plate, Smith on deck. Who's on deck is brought to you by On Deck, America's largest online business lender. Applied today at ondeck.com. And Alex Cora going for it right here in the fifth inning.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the 4 1/3, 4 2/3 from the starters, and that was how this was trending after that rough third inning for Pivetta. But as you said, Will, I mean, all these games mean something.
Well, and the Red Sox are more equipped to handle shorter starts with the more weapons they now have in the bullpen. So now Ruiz will flip it around, bat from the right side. One down, bottom 5. Bernardino throws, and a curveball misses outside, ball 1. Alex told us today that the plan with Garrett Whitlock will be when he throws 2 innings, he gets 2 days off. 3 innings, 3 days off. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch is a little bit inside. Fastball, and it's 1-1.
I found that interesting how definitive he was when he said it. You don't usually hear that about such a formula, but I believe they're going to stick to that.
Until they don't. 2-0. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. And I think the only time they won't, Rob, is when it really gets down to it at the end.
Yes.
They don't want to push Whitlock unless like a playoff berth is right on the line. 2 balls and a strike. Here it is. And it's a soft ground ball foul off the bat of Ruiz. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, I think that'll be the case across the board. Well, we get to September, the way things are shaping up. And we've seen that from Alex Cora before, the pedal to the metal for the last few weeks of a season.
Of course, the conversation is different with Whitlock given the injury history and the importance he offers this franchise going forward. Ruiz steps out, calls time. He has popped out and ripped a 2-run double into right field his last time. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Infield backed up. The pitch is popped up again into shallow left field. This time actually coming onto the infield dirt. Story hardly had to move. He's right there. And they're 2 down.
Bernardino had talked about his jobs before baseball. Construction worker, doing all kinds of dirty jobs. But the job that he said he did, which I can absolutely see him thriving in, he was a host at a Chili's.
I thought you were going to say dental hygienist.
Well, I was that smile when you enter the building, the restaurant.
Here's Dom Smith, left-handed hitter. He takes a sinker outside for ball 1. He is so great to be around. Bernardino is, and he's got this wonderful perspective because of all those jobs, all his stops in independent ball all over the place. 1-0. The pitch is fouled back to the screen, and it's 1-1. But it's more than that he's a good story or a good person. He's been indispensable for this Red Sox bullpen.
Absolutely. And I said this before. The thing that impressed me so much from out of the gate with him, he just came after guys.
That's what the Red Sox love about him. 1-1 is another strike, speaking of, and it's 1-2. Thanks to the Mass Health Connector, the Sox have been leading the league in doubles. We donated $5,000 to the American Diabetes Association. What a team. The Mass Health Connector, the place to go if you need health insurance. Time now called by the hitter, Smith.
He has a saying ingrained in his glove in Spanish, 1 pitch at a time. I don't know. You would be the person to go to if you could translate for us.
1-2 is softly on the ground outside the first base bag. Well, there are a lot of different ways to say it in different slangs, but we will confirm and get the exact verbiage that Bernardino uses.
I was giving Winkowski a hard time. He said he threw his hardest pitch ever of his life the other day at 99.6 miles an hour.
Uh-huh.
So I said, you got to get a tattoo like Bayo has, 100.
He achieved it. The 1-2 is outside with a curveball, 2-2. Is he going to do it?
No, I don't think he feels. I said, you're so close. You're so close. Get the tattoo.
You can round up, right? 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bernardino throws. And a foul. Tom Smith reached out and poked the curveball into the third base seats. It stays 2-2.
I think Bayo is trending the other way when it comes to reaching his goal of hitting 100, which is perfectly fine. It's all good.
Although there are some, real important questions to answer from now down the stretch about whether or not Brian has kind of hit a wall. 2-2. Here's the pitch. It is swung on, and a little dribbler on the first base line. Bernardino picks it up. Thought about tagging the runner, instead flips underhand to first, and the inning is over. Una a la vez from Bernardino. He does it once again for the Red Sox, 1 pitch at a time. We go to the 6th inning. Red Sox leading the Nats 5-4 on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Summer is a great time to get your yearly checkup. I'm Dr. Christopher Adiano from Neighborhood Health Plan of Rhode Island, reminding you to schedule checkups for everyone in your family to help you stay healthy. Your doctor will answer any questions and make sure everyone is up to date on screenings and vaccines.
With Neighborhood, you can get high-quality, affordable health insurance for you and your family. To learn how to join, call 1-401-459-6075. At Neighborhood, we're here for you.
When you drive the most dependable mass-market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass-market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
We are the Community College of Rhode Island. You know us as CCRI, and we're more than you think. We have 4 campuses across the state with guided financial aid and scholarship opportunities and the lowest tuition in Rhode Island. We offer daytime, evening, on-campus, and online classes to help you earn your degree on your time, with more than 90 programs to help you discover your career path or advance on the one you already have, and over 70 transfer agreements. CCRI is the smart choice. We know who we are. Now it's your turn. The Community College of Rhode Island. Find your future here.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
the 6th inning, the Nationals once again go to their bullpen. This time it's a right-hander, Andres Machado, and he will see for the Red Sox Adam Duvall, Jaron Duran, and Pablo Reyes. 5-4. This thing's been back and forth all night long. Bernardino will give way, it looks like, maybe to John Schreiber in the bottom of this 6th inning. But first things first, here's Adam Duvall, as Machado, who's struggled this year, fires a fastball on the inside corner for strike one. Duvall in this game has struck out and flied out to center. Machado with a red glove sets, he throws the 0-1, and it is fouled into the seats on the first base side, 0-2.
Yeah, bringing some heat, 97-mile-an-hour sinker right there.
He comes into this game, does Machado. Rather inflated ERA. 3 seasons with the Nats. Duvall takes his time, steps back into the right-handed batter's box, 0-2. Jaron Duran out on the warning track in the on-deck area for the Red Sox. The 0-2 pitch is a little bit high. Came with a slider there, and it missed 1-2.
Yeah, you go back to Winkowski, you know, we talk about him almost hitting 100. And the reason I talked to him was because it's amazing to me. He's pitched more than ever, and here he is throwing harder than he have in entire life.
1-2 is fouled off. You know, his velocity fell off heading into the All-Star break. He got hit a lot harder, Robin. It seems like really since he took that week off, the arm strength is back, and he's been virtually unhittable.
He said June and July sometimes he has a little bit of a downturn, but he's bounced right back and feels great.
1-2 to Duvall, who struck out and flied to center. Here he swings and pops one up. On the left side of the infield, C.J. Abrams drifting to his left, just about 6 inches onto the outfield grass. He's there to make the play. So Duvall is 0 for 3, and here comes Jaron Duran.
We also had a great conversation about the merits of cereal because Chris Murphy had responded to a tweet saying that Winkowski was powered by, I think it was Honey Nut Cheerios.
I saw that. Maybe Lucky Charms.
I have to look that up, but so I needed him to explain that.
One down for Jaron Duran, who swings at the first pitch and hits a little dribbler out in front of the plate. Ruiz picks it up, fires to first in time to get Duran by a couple of steps, and on one pitch, Jaron is gone. And with 2 down, that'll bring up one of the men of the night, Pablo Reyes. Third man in the Herb Chambers batting order, brought to you by Herb Chambers Honda Seekonk and Honda Westboro.
In the spirit of accuracy, it was Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Ooh. It's been a long time since I've had Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Well, this is the point. He said, everyone told me when I was 20 that when I was 25 it was going to catch up to me, but it hasn't yet.
I can promise him it soon will. 5-4 Red Sox. Pablo grounds one off the third base bag, still backhanded by Vargas. He leaps, throws wide, it hits Pablo and goes into foul territory. Reyes sort of turned for second, now heads back to first, and he has got yet another hit. There is no stopping Pablo Reyes.
That was going to be a hit all the way. Sharply hit ground ball right down the line. No chance right there. Good hustle by him. And the only flaw was him having any sort of idea of going to second at all. He would have had no chance at all.
Really, kind of a risky throw there by Vargas. He's lucky that it settled just past the bag. Now, here comes Reese McGuire as Pablo tries to get himself organized over at first base. Maybe a threat to run in this spot, depending on the times they've got there. As Reese McGuire into the left-handed batter's box. Throw to first, they're thinking along those lines, and Pablo scampers back standing.
Well, how about this? I mean, the third baseman's playing back. You do have the best bunter in the entire world up at the plate right now.
Less likely with 2 down.
Yeah, but you have Verdugo on deck at a home run.
Here's the pitch low to Reese, and that's ball 1. Alex Cora thinks that the bunt needs to be a bigger weapon. I mean, not necessarily up and down the heart of the order, but that he thinks it's sort of underutilized in baseball. And to your point, I mean, in Reyes and McGuire and Wong and Duran, they've got some really good bunters. Big lead for Pablo not running. 1-0 is on the ground up the middle. The second baseman backhands. He flips the short way to second in time. Pablo Reyes is beat up. He's going to stay seated for a while. Inning over. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Looks like John Schreiber going to come out of the Red Sox bullpen. 5-4 Sox in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Sail away on the Black Island Ferry. Take a trip back to carefree times. Leave today. Black Island awaits you. Just leave your troubles behind.
Your Black Island getaway starts as soon as you board. Enjoy the ride and some fresh ocean air on our traditional or high-speed ferries from Point Judith. Visit blackislandferry.com or call 866-783-7996 for more information.
We are the Community College of Rhode Island. You know us as CCRI, and we're more than you think. We have 4 campuses across the state with guided financial aid and scholarship opportunities and the lowest tuition in Rhode Island. We offer daytime, evening, on-campus, and online classes to help you earn your degree on your time, with more than 90 programs to help you discover your career path or advance on the one you already have, and over 70 transfer agreements. CCRI is the smart choice. We know who we are. Now it's your turn. The Community College of Rhode Island. Find your future here.
Summer is a great time to get your yearly checkup. I'm Dr. Christopher Adiano from Neighborhood Health Plan of Rhode Island, reminding you to schedule checkups for everyone in your family to help you stay healthy. Your doctor will answer any questions and make sure everyone is up to date on screenings and vaccines.
With Neighborhood, you can get high-quality, affordable health insurance for you and your family. To learn how to join, call 1-401-459-6075. At Neighborhood, we're here for you.
Hey, this is Tristan Casas. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
To the bottom of the 6th inning we go. The Red Sox do hand the baseball to John Schreiber. It'll be Stone Garrett, Jake Alou, and Ildemaro Vargas against Schreiber. Brennan Bernardino does it again, comes on, faces 2 hitters, retires them both. And that's really become kind of his role, bridging the gap lately from starters to the higher leverage bullpen arms. Less opening and more high leverage spots for Bernardino, as Schreiber is told to wait for a moment before he throws his first pitch by the home plate umpire Bruce Dreckman. Schreiber faced 3 hitters Saturday against the Tigers and struck them all out. From the belt, he's ready to go. The pitch to Stone Garrett is popped up on the right side. Casas gives a look, but it is well into the seats for strike 1.
Even though they wanted a little more length from Pivetta, still this idea that you have some semblance of the bullpen being set up, it just feels right. Feels better.
Yeah, Whitlock has really put more dominoes in better positions. 0-1. Here's the pitch, and a foul on the first base side. The Red Sox all year long have had excellence from Martin and Jansen. The question and the ebbs and flows at times have been getting the ball to those guys with leads. And of course, the bullpen has been leaned on so heavily this month or two without the stability in the rotation. So all these things are kind of interconnected. Now that the starters are back and healthy. 0-2 to Stone Garrett, who drove in 2. His last time. The pitch is a little bit outside, and it's 1-2.
And Will, the 2 series, it really felt like it was catching up to them for me with the Giants and the Blue Jays.
Mm-hmm. Especially like in the 8th and 9th inning, you had guys sort of pitching out of place. 1-2. Here it is. And that pitch misses outside. In particular, it actually hinged on Bernardino, too, because there were spots where lefties came up, and he'd open the game, and you had to go to others like Joe Jakes. It really hurt the Sox. 2-2 to Stone Garrett. 5-4 Boston. Here's the pitch. And that is outside. So, from 0-2 to 3-2. This copyrighted broadcast, presented by authority of the Boston Red Sox, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of EEI and the Boston Red Sox. 3-2. Inside, he tries to check his swing, but he did not. Wow. Rung up by the first base umpire, Stu Shorwater. That's a huge call. And there's one away. And watching the replay, that's very close. Red Sox get a break. One down. Here's Jake Alou.
I tell you what, barn burner shaping up in Toronto. 1-1, Phillies and Blue Jays.
Here's Alou from the left side, and Schreiber fires a slider that's fouled off on the first base side.
Two teams with almost identical records. The Phillies coming at 65 and 54, Blue Jays 66 and 54.
As of right now, Toronto holds the third wild card in the American League, 2 ahead of Seattle, 3 ahead of Boston. 0-1. Here's the pitch. Schreiber misses outside with a fastball.
Yeah, I'm not going to apologize for scoreboard watching because these games are big, especially when you have a team going up against the Blue Jays that can beat them, can handle them, and you have a Red Sox team going up against the Nationals this series.
Seattle is blasting the Royals. Here's a ground ball on the left side, backhanded by Story in the hole. He leaps, he throws, it's picked out by Costas. Beautiful on both ends, and they're 2 away. I mean, Trevor knew he had to get rid of that thing in a hurry, hence the wide throw, and Costas, a beautiful pick to save him and record the second out.
Watching Trevor Story play shortstop, you're reminded why he likes to play shortstop, because he just is able to use his athleticism, which really wasn't the case at second base. He was so good at second base, but still a different type of player at short.
Yeah, he's so smooth. He's able to get to balls at certain angles. He throws from different angles, too. Here's Ildemaro Vargas, left-handed hitter, with 2 down and the bases empty. Here's the pitch, and that's a strike. And just in the same way that guys like Whitlock have solidified the bullpen, Trevor really steadies the whole defense. He is really fun to watch. 0-1 to Vargas, who's twice grounded out. Schreiber throws, and a swing and a foul off the end of the bat. And it's 0-2.
When it was first announced that he was going to go back to shortstop, I understood why. This is a place that he felt like he belonged, but for me, he had just been so good at second base.
0-2. Yeah, he could have easily won the Gold Glove. The pitch is just outside, but he was committed to it. The arm was totally healthy because of that bracing procedure in lieu of Tommy John, and he looks the part. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 5-4 Red Sox, 2 down in the bottom of this 6th inning. Pitch is swung on and missed. He blew him away with a fastball, and John Schreiber sends him down in order again. To the 7th in D.C., 5-4 Red Sox in the Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Genie here from the hit musical Aladdin with a handy checklist for all your summer party needs. Music? Done. Dancing? Uh-huh. Fireworks? Yep. Well, we've got all these things and more because Aladdin is Broadway's biggest party. I mean, where else can you experience show-stopping songs, huge laughs, a flying magic carpet, and the life of the party, me? So grab the gang and come see us. For tickets, visit AladdinTheMusical.com today. Oh, dress code fabulous.
We are the Community College of Rhode Island. You know us as CCRI, and we're more than you think. We have 4 campuses across the state with guided financial aid and scholarship opportunities and the lowest tuition in Rhode Island. We offer daytime, evening, on-campus, and online classes to help you earn your degree on your time, with more than 90 programs to help you discover your career path or advance on the one you already have. And over 70 transfer agreements. CCRI is the smart choice. We know who we are. Now it's your turn. The Community College of Rhode Island. Find your future here.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jose Ferrer, left-hander, is on out of the Nationals bullpen. Davey Martinez has been going to the pen a lot these last few innings. Red Sox 5, Nationals 4. The top of the order for the Red Sox, Verdugo, Turner, and Devers. in the Herb Chambers batting order, which is brought to you in this 7th inning by Herb Chambers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram of Danvers and Millbury. Here's Doogie from the left side against the lefty. He takes a fastball for strike one. Rob was telling you the Phillies and Blue Jays are in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Jays now with 2 on and nobody out on the Subaru of New England scoreboard. 0-1 to Verdugo is outside. Don't miss out on a Subaru summer. Make the most of the summer in a brand new 2023 Subaru. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Verdugo started this game with a bang. The 1-1 is on ground to the first baseman, Smith. He picks it, flips to the covering catcher who bobbles it, the pitcher rather, and Ferrer gets enough of it to get to the bag, and Verdugo is out number 1. I remember that swing, Rob, that he offered Verdugo that tied the game like it was yesterday. It was such a pivotal, thrilling moment, and it was one of the many times that you found this thing out about Verdugo, that he embraces and elevates himself in the biggest moments.
Yeah, you definitely feel that way as that season was going along, and we've seen it at times this year too, Will.
3 walk-off hits. Here's Turner, who takes outside, ball 1.
And it does feel like he's starting to get his swing back. Is he the dynamic player he was earlier in the year? Not quite yet. But that swing to begin the game, that wasn't a bad one.
Turner 0 for 3. The 1-0 is lined deep into right field. Back on it, Garrett, and backpedaling, he is there to make the play. And very quickly, 2 down for Devers.
And I'll tell you what, Will, the sacrifice fly he had in the 3-0 count, he doesn't swing at that in the kind of rut that he was just a few weeks ago.
Devers with 5 home runs in 9 career games against these Nationals. And this is one of those spots where usually Raffy does try to tee off. If the bases are empty, they're 2 down. He's going to take big rips here. The pitch is inside. A fastball that missed, and it's 1-0.
How do you gauge a big rip from Rafael
That's
Devers?
a good point. In other words, he's going to swing the bat. But there are times when he comes even more uncorked. The 1-0 is a swing and a little dribbler out in front of the plate. It's bobbled by Ferrer. He picks it up with a bare hand, throws to first in time. He did take a big rip, but barely made contact. We go to the 7th inning stretch at Nats Park in D.C. 5-4 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is Matt Spiegel of 670 The Score in Chicago, and my podcast, The PBP, Voices of Baseball, is all about the art and craft of play-by-play. Catch up on episodes with Joe Davis, Joe Buck, and many more. Then something crazy happened along the way. I did a weekend of Cubs-Cardinals on the radio, so now conversations are enriched with feedback and advice from Jason Benetti, Boog Shambi, and others to come. The PBP, Voices of Baseball. I bring you the people who bring you the game. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I have dreams, big dreams, and I want to do something big with my life. I believe education opens doors to opportunity. I know it's not going to be easy, but I'm ready to invest in myself. I chose the University of Cincinnati Online because it's a real school. It's nationally ranked and has been around for over 200 years. That's the kind of degree that opens doors. And yes, it's actually affordable. UC works for me, and that's why I'm here. Learn more today at online.uc.edu.
Oh. Hey! Kim tried goat yoga to find her zen. Then the goat munched her new mat. That's when she changed her to, I need a better way to deal with my stress. With Aetna, you get mental health support as part of your plan. And our large network means you can always get an appointment with the therapist that's right for you, in person or virtual, on your schedule. And that's how healthier happens for Kim. Find out more at Aetna.com.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
JOY.
Gresh and Fourier, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm going to go into the 7th inning. Chris Martin going to come on because it's 9-1-2 for the Nationals, so Alex Cora will use Martin here in the 7th inning, and then I would assume Josh Winkowski in the 8th and Kenley in the 9th if all goes according to plan. In between 7th inning stretch here at Nats Park, they played the song Take On Me, which became a real anthem here when Mike Morse was here, part of the Nationals. They had some real characters, did those Nats team, between Morse and Jason Worth and Bryce Harper.
A lot of hair.
They led the world in hair.
Mike Morse, a big, slugging outfielder / first baseman, correct?
Yeah, a huge person. You're right. It was one of those where you stand next to him in the batting practice area, and it is almost like Stantonian. I mean, just a beast of a man. All right, here comes Blake Rutherford, left-handed hitter, to lead it off against Chris Martin. He got hit a little bit in his most recent appearance over the weekend, but escaped a jam. 7 consecutive scoreless appearances for the right-hander as Rutherford swings and fouls the first pitch off on the third base side. 43rd appearance. And how about Chris Martin, Rob? 1 run allowed in his last 24 appearances. 0-1 to Rutherford. Raffy in on the grass at third. Here's the pitch. And it is fouled off again. 0-2.
Well, we talk a lot about, sometimes you have to pay for quote-unquote certainty in the free agent market. Well, that's what the Red Sox did, certainly at the back and in the bullpen. They knew they could not do what they did last year. And it's one thing to do it, but to hit on it like they have with Chris Martin and Kenley Jansen, it's something. 2
big-time wins for the front office. 0-2 to Rutherford, leading off the bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him with that great split finger pitch. And there's one away. The Blue Jays, by the way, have gone ahead 2-1 in the bottom of the 8th inning.
On a hit by pitch with the bases loaded.
Just makes it all the more imperative that the Red Sox hold this lead here. We will be in Toronto in September one final time. Mariners are crushing the Royals 7-0. Here's C.J. Abrams, the spark plug. He swings and fouls it off on the first base side, strike 1. Tampa Bay will be in San Francisco on a day they learned that Shane McClanahan is going to miss all of next year. He's about to have Tommy John surgery. It's been a rough week for the Rays on a couple different levels. Here's the 0-1 to Abrams, fouled off. They get the news on McClanahan, and then Wander Franco placed on the restricted list. All kinds of really rough allegations coming out of the Dominican Republic. Baseball is going to launch an investigation, which, based on the things you read, it's a little bit harder to get to the bottom of it because of the source of them. The 0-2 is line foul and out of play into the seats, 0-2. But the allegations are really serious for one of the game's real bright young stars, relating to some social media activity. Rays hold their breath and wait for resolution there. 5-4 Red Sox here. 0-2. The pitch is a little bit low. Another splitter. And it's 1-2.
We talked about the Rays and where they are, 3 back of the Orioles, which when the Orioles took over, you're like, how did this happen? The Rays were so good at the beginning of the year, but they did. And now the Rays could go in the tank here.
1-2 is on the ground to the first baseman, Casas. He's got to hurry to the bag. Abrams, though, kind of dogging it down the line. That's not the best look. But he's gone 2 down.
I know he had a back issue that he was coming back, but you're right. For one of the fastest guys in the game, when you let Tristan Casas beat you to the bag like that, it's not a great look. But to go back to the Rays, when I say go in the tank, I just mean make it interesting in terms of the wild card a little bit. They can go the way that they have been for the last month or so.
There's Lane Thomas, always a threat to tie the game. Their leading home run hitter. He bats with 2 down and the base is empty. This matchup right here is essentially why Martin is on the mound in this 7th inning. Pivetta, Bernardino, Schreiber, and now Martin. 5-4 Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th. Foul ball on the first base side. I agree with you, Rob, about the Rays, and that's just stunning considering the way they began this season. Still have Eflin and Savali, but Rasmussen, Springs, and McClanahan all done. With Tommy John, the 0-1 is skied into shallow right field. Back on it goes Pablo Reyes. In comes Verdugo, and Alex will call everybody off and make the play. And yet again, a 1-2-3 inning for Chris Martin. 5-4 Red Sox. To the 8th we go. Story, Casas, and Duvall looking for insurance in the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Want to see where your experience and passion for teaching can take you? Peace Corps volunteer teachers and educators work hand in hand with welcoming communities around the world. Ready to learn more than you teach? Visit peacecorps.gov/bold.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Sail away on the Black Island Ferry. Take a trip back to carefree times. Leave today. Black Island awaits you. Just leave your troubles behind.
Your Block Island getaway starts as soon as you board. Enjoy the ride and some fresh ocean air on our traditional or high-speed ferries from Point Judith. Visit blockislandferry.com or call 866-783-7996 for more information.
We are the Community College of Rhode Island. You know us as CCRI, and we're more than you think. We have 4 campuses across the state with guided financial aid and scholarship opportunities and the lowest tuition in Rhode Island. We offer daytime, evening, on-campus, and online classes to help you earn your degree on your time, with more than 90 programs to help you discover your career path or advance on the one you already have. And over 70 transfer agreements. CCRI is the smart choice. We know who we are. Now it's your turn. The Community College of Rhode Island. Find your future here.
Jones and Mego, weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jordan Weems, former Red Sox farmhand and a position player, catcher, came through the system, made the conversion to the mound, and he has been spectacular for the Washington Nationals this season. He is on to see Trevor Story, Tristan Casas, and Adam Duvall in the Herb Chambers batting order in this 8th inning, brought to you by Herb Chambers Hyundai of Auburn. Weems, a real success story for these Nats. Right-hander throws, and Story pops the first pitch foul on the first base side, and he will soon be appearing which of your many podcasts?
No, Baseball's and Boring podcast. Mm-hmm. The National. We're reaching everybody with the Jordan Weems story tomorrow morning.
Yeah. You said he was very engaging.
He was great.
On 1, the pitch to Story is low, a fastball.
Think about this. It was really an incredible story where this is a guy who hadn't pitched since the Little League, didn't pitch in high school, was drafted in the 3rd round in 2011 by the Red Sox. That's 1 round ahead of Mookie Betts that same draft.
1-1 to Story. The pitch is a little outside with a fastball. 2-1.
As a catcher, his dad was a professional catcher. So as a catcher, not working out as a catcher, Ben Crockett calls him up and said, listen, you have a good arm. Why don't you try pitching?
2-1 the pitch. Story pops one up on the first base side, drifting foul. It'll make the seats, and it's 2-2.
He said he called his dad and cried. He said, to give up on your identity. And a lot of people say, well, you're getting a second chance. He didn't see it that way. So anyway, he goes down to Fort Myers with a lot younger kids, learns how to pitch. And I said, did you know how your delivery was going to be? He's like, no. But my mom sent me a picture, and it was exactly the same the last time I pitched in Little League.
Wow. Mom holding on to the archives.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, if you take my archives, it would be Oil Can Boyd.
And Yaz's stance, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Trevor Story, leading off the 8th inning. Jordan Weems throws, and Trevor breaks his bat on a foul. It's shattered right in half on the first base side. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. It is Winkowski. He just downed a bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and he's up in the Red Sox bullpen.
Oh, man, if he doesn't get a sponsorship out of this, I don't know what he's doing.
I used to love that cereal as a kid.
Weems coming in on the hands at 99. You know why he's having a good year. And it's just an incredible story, really, because he bounced around before he got to the Nationals this year. All of a sudden, here he is, one of the best relievers in the National League.
That would not have happened had Trevor used a bat made from lumber from CCL. Find the lumber for your next project at cclco.com. It's Cape Cod Lumber. 2-2 to Story, the pitch. Swing and a miss. He blew him away. 99-mile-an-hour fastball. That is nasty from Weems. And one down for Casas. We owe you the results of our Diesel Direct question of the day. Any predictions on whether people prefer to see Pivetta as a starter or reliever?
People always love starters.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think so?
He's such an interesting case. It's a hybrid in a way. Here's Casas. Pitch to him is swung on and missed. A changeup. That's nasty, too. It is 0-1. 52% actually say they'd like to see him go out of the bullpen.
Well, that's a good poll right there.
Yeah, man. Right down the middle.
Excellent. It's like every time I put up the poll, who do you rather have, Devers or Vlad Guerrero Jr. every time the Blue Jays and Red Sox play? Both sides get so upset. How dare you say that?
Yes. 0-1. Here's the pitch to Casas. They are, by the way, in the ninth inning, Toronto leading Philadelphia 2-1 on the Subaru of New England scoreboard. One ball, one strike. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive into right field. That is down for a hit. Casas bearing around the first base bag. He's got a knock on a top spinning line drive, and he is 2 for 4 tonight. Coming back again for Casas. He had like a little 4 or 5 day dip, but he is locked in at the plate again. He's got dark fingernails today. We just saw the first look without the batting gloves on. Clearly touched him up before the ball game today. So here's Adam Duvall. He's 0 for 3. 5-4 Red Sox with one out in the top of the 8th. Plenty of seats available tonight at Nats Park. Those who have come are primarily Red Sox fans. Here's a pop-up on the infield from Duvall. Abrams and Alou come together. And C.J. Abrams is there to make the play 2 down. I wonder if Davey Martinez is going to be asked that about Abrams. I mean, that was a really rough look for him running down the first base line.
My guess is he'll defer to his back issue, but like you said, you have a guy who stole a base early in the game, too. All right, so Jordan Weems drafted in the 2011 draft by the Red Sox, a good one. Can you name the players drafted in that draft for the Red Sox?
Here is Jarren Duran, who swings and misses at a fastball, and it is 0-1. Well, you already told us about Mookie.
Mookie was actually, there was another player drafted between Weems and Mookie, and that was Noe Ramirez.
Oh, I remember Noe, who was forever with the Red Sox and then out with the Angels. I think that was the Jackie Bradley draft.
It was.
0-1 with Casas at first. Duran is waiting. The pitch is skied down the left field side. More kind of level with the third base bag. It's into the seats, and it is 0-2.
Here you have Matt Barnes, Blake Swihart, Henry Owens, Jackie Bradley, Williams Jerez.
Blake Swihart, man alive.
And then Jordan Weems, who was a high school catcher out of Columbus, Georgia, also said that his Little League team beat the team that went to Williamsport the following year. So he felt like they should have gone to Williamsport. And he is going to Williamsport on Sunday.
Aren't they playing the Pirates?
They are playing the
0-2 is swung on and missed, and Duran is struck down. And the inning is over.
We're going to get that information.
Red Sox get a hit from Casas, but he is stranded. Bottom 8, Winkowski coming on. 5-4 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
We are the Community College of Rhode Island. You know us as CCRI, and we're more than you think. We have 4 campuses across the state with guided financial aid and scholarship opportunities and the lowest tuition in Rhode Island. We offer daytime, evening, on-campus, and online classes to help you earn your degree on your time, with more than 90 programs to help you discover your career path or advance on the one you already have. And over 70 transfer agreements. CCRI is the smart choice. We know who we are. Now it's your turn. The Community College of Rhode Island. Find your future here.
Looking for a deal on your next vehicle? Then you have to visit Flood Ford. Our team is committed to going above and beyond to make the car buying process easy and stress-free. Stop in and shop a variety of F-150 models, all with transparent pricing. No markups, no games. What you see is what you pay. And every vehicle is backed by our Flood Advantage plan. You get free dent repair, free windshield repair, free key replacement, and so much more. In the market to upgrade, we'll give you top dollar for your trade-in. We buy all makes and models. And when you need to service your vehicle, we have you covered with convenient pickup and delivery, a courtesy shuttle, and certified technicians you can trust. Whether you're a lifelong Ford driver or looking to make the switch, there's never been a better time or place to get behind the wheel of a new Ford than right now at Flood Ford. Make the drive for a better buying experience today. Visit us in East Greenwich or Narragansett, or shop online anytime at floodauto.com.
The Rich Keefe Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
It is Josh Winkowski as we go into the bottom of the 8th. Red Sox leading the Nats 5-4. This one had all kinds of offense and action early in the game, and it is totally settled down by both bullpens. Here is Winkowski, who has just been absolutely dominant of late. Kind of a rare appearance for him in the 8th inning. He pitched the 8th inning in Seattle on August the 1st. So often 6th and 7th for Wink. He'll see Joey Meneses, the designated hitter, with power to lead it off. The pitch is a fastball for a strike at 98 miles an hour, and it's 0-1.
Oh, here we go. The chase for 100. Powered by cereal.
0-1. Here the overhead wind, and the pitch is swung on and missed. A cutter at 90 miles an hour, and it's 0-2. Winkowski, for so much of this year, has led the game in relief innings pitched, 63 coming in. 0-2 to Meneses. Winkowski at the belt, nods yes to McGuire, and the 0-2 is fouled off on the first base side. Another cutter, and it's 0-2. The bullpen weapon he's become, Winkowski. And for now, Alex Cora, unlike for so much of the season, is going to use him in one-inning rolls. 0-2. Swinging a dribbler foul. That got Meneses on the foot. He's hobbled a little bit. That one 97 in on the hands. And it's 0-2.
Well, to tie a bow on the Jordan Weems draft conversation, the player picked immediately after Jordan Weems, after the Red Sox picked him in the 3rd round, Circle of Life, Matt Andriese.
Who taught Garrett Whitlock his changeup.
Exactly.
0-2. Meneses cannot put a lot of weight on that right leg. I guess it's actually his left foot that got hit. And it's 0-2.
Man, he's struggling. Struggling.
Maybe he's just setting Winkowski up to lay one in there. Hunter Harvey is up in the Nats bullpen.
Yeah, I don't think Winkowski's going to feel bad. I don't think he's going to throw him 80-mile-an-hour straight ball because his foot hurts.
5-4 Sox in the 8th, 0-2. Here's the pitch. A ground ball to third. Devers to his right. He gloves, plants, throws to first in time. And the hobbled Joey Meneses is gone. One away.
Yeah, he's still limping.
Much better looking defensive play from Devers. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop nissanusa.com. So you went on a tour through the nation's capital's sights and sounds today?
I did. Yeah, I did. I kind of gave up, though.
Here's Keibert Ruiz, who takes a strike on the outside corner from Winkowski.
So I know that you're a native of this area. I'm not familiar with the area. I took the subway to tell me if I did this right. I took the subway to.
They call it the Metro here.
Sorry, I took a train that went underground to the heart of Washington D.C.
Okay, the 0-1 pitch is a little bit high.
I got out.
Do you remember the stop?
Yes, it was. Now I forget it.
Thrilling radio. 1-1 to Keibert Ruiz. As Josh Winkowski's into his wind. The pitch is a little bit low. Cutter, and it's 2-1. Anyway, you take a train to get off.
I take a train and get off. I think I walk down K Street or something like that. And so I walk toward the White House. I want to see the White House. I get to the end of the street. I can't see the White House. I take a left. I end up by the monument.
There are a lot of monuments. The 2-1 pitch is ripped foul on the first base dugout side. It's 2-2.
The poor man version of the Bunker Hill Monument. Okay, so I get there. I climb up. The helicopter goes over. Marine One. Yay! There goes whoever, the president or someone, to go to the White House. I can see the White House from a distance. I walk down the pole toward the Lincoln Memorial. I walk up the Lincoln Memorial. That's a scene up there, let me tell you.
Reflecting pool. The 2-2 pitch is fouled off on the first base side.
So
Side
now
of MLK's I Have a Dream speech. You're basking in all the history.
All I knew is it was shady. I got to the shade.
Yeah.
It was very hot. So I'm walking all over the place, and I got down the stairs from the Lincoln Memorial, and I saw the scooters. I'm like, I'm not walking anymore.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Ruiz. The pitch is fouled off on the third base side. So you scoot the rest of the mall.
I scoot the rest of the way through Washington.
Did you make it down to the Capitol side on the other end of the National Mall?
Yeah, I saw some more stuff.
Smithsonian lining both sides of the National Mall. Free, wonderful museums.
But then I got to be honest with you, I just wanted a bottle of water and a bed.
Well, there are plenty of people along the mall who sell you one for about $15. The 2-2 is popped up in a shallow right field. Reyes and Casas actually in foul territory there to make the play. And they're 2 down.
Now, did Lou use a scooter in Seattle?
He did.
Okay, so I'm a big fan of the scooter now, but here's what drives me nuts. They don't want you driving on the sidewalk.
Right.
So you got to drive in the middle of the road. And the scooter is annoying because it says, stay off the sidewalk, stay off the sidewalk.
So you're putting yourself in harm's way.
Well, I'm saving lives by going the sidewalk.
Here's Dom Smith, 2 down in the bottom of the 8th, 5-4 Red Sox. That's why I go with the electric bike. It just feels sturdier, safer. Here's the pitch to Dom Smith. He takes a cut fastball inside off the plate, ball 1.
That's cheating.
Like as if a scooter is some big exercise. You twist the handle. 1-0. Winkowski throws. He misses outside with a fastball. You, by the way, can adjust the level of help the batteries give you.
Yes.
Yeah, you can put the brakes on.
I don't think, first of all, don't devalue the scooter. My core was activated at peak levels.
Here comes Maurice McGuire to talk to Winkowski as I try to flush that disturbing thought from my brain. Today's attendance will be brought to you by Citgo. Whether you're off to the ballpark, dog park, or amusement park, Citgo, top-tier tri-clean gasoline, gets you where you're going. Whether you're traveling near or far, when you start with Citgo or a scooter, you're good to go. Meeting on the mound is over. Winkowski's fallen behind Dom Smith, 2-0. The Blue Jays and Phillies went to the 9th inning with Toronto leading 2-1, and that's how that game finishes. So the Red Sox need to hold serve here in D.C. 2-0 to Smith. Here's the pitch, and it is foul on the first base side. Another cutter. He's thrown a lot of those, has Winkowski. And it's 2-1.
What a luxury it is to have Winkowski in this spot. That's what they needed. It felt like they needed another right-handed, high-leverage guy.
2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch is a strike right there on the outside corner. That's a sinking fastball at 98 miles an hour. And it's 2-2.
What's the one thing you would tell people to go to in Washington?
That's so hard. I mean, the Lincoln Memorial is very tough to beat. Right, you stand in there with the incredible on the chair with so many of his quotes and writings etched into the marble behind him. It is a breathtaking spot. Really one of the great spots, really, I think, on planet Earth when you consider all that went into it. 2-2, and all that's happened there to Smith. The pitch is down and in. I mean, the Jefferson Memorial is wonderful, too. It's over in its own area of the tidal basin there. And it, too, is fantastic with a lot of the same sort of quotes and things from Thomas Jefferson. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 down. 5-4 Red Sox in the bottom of the 8th. Here's the pitch. And it is swung on and fouled back. I mean, for different reasons. The Holocaust Museum here, the African American Museum, which just opened up a few years ago, they are more moving in sort of different ways because of a lot of the artifacts that they have in town. But just for sheer natural beauty and history, it's tough to do better than that stretch between the Washington and Lincoln Memorials. 3-2 to Dom Smith. The pitch is lined down the left field line. This is real trouble if it's fair, and it is. That's going to roll all the way to the corner. Duran over to pick it up. Smith, who doesn't run well, breezes into second base, and the tying run is into scoring position with 2 down.
Yikes. I mean, 97 mile an hour out over the plate. Smith just goes the other way, about 5 feet from the line, gets into the corner for the double. I mean, all of a sudden, out of the blue, things get uncomfortable in just a blink of an eye.
And it looks like the Nats may pinch hit here for the right-handed hitting Stone Garrett, although he is standing next to the umpire. The lefty, Alex Call, is out in the on-deck area. Dave Bush is on the mound. This could be a little chess match, and the ice horse cometh. Michael Chavis is going to pinch run for Dom Smith. He's got the Stars and Stripes headband, laughing with Raffy Devers as he sprints back to second base. It was the least surprising thing of all time to show up today and see Chavis holding court and talking for about 4 hours.
Well, he brought a popcorn machine in and was offering all the media popcorn.
Here is a big spot here. They're going to let Stone Garrett hit. He's got a 2-run double. Tying run in scoring position. Winkowski looks to Chavis, who's dancing around at second. He throws, and Garrett lines one on one hop. Caught by Devers. He spins. He throws to first. In time. Inning over. What a play by Devers. A one-hopper to his left. He snared it, spun and through, and the Red Sox stay ahead 5-4. To the 9th inning in D.C. we go on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Sail away on the Black Island Ferry. Take a trip back to carefree times. Leave today. Black Island awaits you. Just leave your troubles behind.
Your Block Island getaway starts as soon as you board. Enjoy the ride and some fresh ocean air on our traditional or high-speed ferries from Point Judith. Visit blockislandferry.com or call 866-783-7996 for more information.
Chance to win.
Red Sox.
The Washington bullpen, both relief corps have done a wonderful job tonight. Harvey, just off the injured list, he's had a good year, 3.12 ERA, 45 strikeouts in 40 and a third innings. And for the Red Sox, it'll be Pablo Reyes, Reese McGuire, and then the leadoff hitter, Alex Verdugo. In the Herb Chambers batting order, brought to you by Herb Chambers, Alfa Romeo, Boston, Millbury, and Warwick. So here we go. The Red Sox bullpen, by the way, after Pivetta, Bernardino, Schreiber, Martin, and Winkowski, before the Dom Smith double, retired 11 straight hitters. Great work out of the pen. And here comes Pablo Reyes. Been fantastic for the Red Sox tonight and all week long. Right-handed hitter to see the hard-throwing righty Harvey, who 10 years ago was a first-round pick for the Baltimore Orioles. Pablo had dipped himself into the batter's box, and I think he looked up and noticed that the pitch timer was winding down, and before ever seeing a pitch, called for time.
Michael Chavis takes over at first.
Staying in the game for Smith. Here's the pitch to Pablo, a huge swing and a miss at a fastball, and it is 0-1.
So Chavis, it's like this old-time popcorn popper that he puts in the middle of the locker room or next to his locker. And everybody who's coming in, he's offering to have this extravagant popcorn.
0-1 is popped up high into right center field. Thomas and Garrett come together, and Lane Thomas in center field makes the play. Reyes is out number 1.
So Ian Brown comes in of MLB.com. He comes in. He's like, oh, look at your hair, Michael. It's like you've grown out your hair. And Chavis goes, your hair looks great too, Ian. You want some popcorn?
That sounds like him. It's remarkable. Both Michael Chavis and Jeter Downs are on this roster, and neither really ever play. Here's Reese McGuire from the left side. Harvey throws, and Reese lines one down the left field line, but foul and out of play. I mean, Chavis this year, who's been on the roster essentially the whole time, has 68 at-bats. Meanwhile, Jeter Downs, who was the walk-off hero over the weekend, has played in 4 games, and he's got 4 at-bats. 0-1. Here's a high fly down the left field line, also foul and toward the seats, out of play, and it's 0-2.
How big was it to Winkowski get out of that inning? Wow. Or how big was that play? I mean, we haven't talked about that. You know, Devers, really a do or die, sort of backing up on the ground ball, decides to get it on the hop, stabs at it, makes the play, because if he does not get that, that's into left field, tie game.
0-2 is fouled back to the screen. Yeah, it was off his left hip, kind of. Devers snared at it and did make the play. This place has some fond memories for Alex Ware. This was his last stop in a 14-year major league career. Played in 91 games in 2011. And he was teammates with Ryan Zimmerman, who played his last game of a great professional career the day we've been talking about, the final game of 2021. The 0-2 is in the dirt, and it was actually a very cool moment because Alex, recognizing the moment, had the whole Red Sox team come out of the dugout to salute Zimmerman as he walked off for what many felt like would be the final time.
Such an impactful guy for this organization, and I was reminded that I was driving into the park here right by Ryan Zimmerman Field.
1-2 is a little dribbler foul back behind the plate. Yeah, he was so involved, still is, in the community here. And to your point, like half a mile down the road, Little League complex, funded and built by Ryan. I mean, he is the best all-time Washington National. Harper obviously had some huge years, but in terms of longevity in all the years here, 1-2, here's the pitch. McGuire swings and misses at a splitter, and he is gone. Now, the Red Sox, after they took the lead back in the 4th inning, have had very little going offensively. In fact, since the 5th inning, they've only got 2 hits. Here now, Verdugo, who started things off with a bomb in the 1st. Batting now in the 9th with 2 down and the bases empty. Hunter Harvey's ready, he throws, and Verdugo takes outside, ball 1.
Well, it would behoove the Red Sox to hang on here. Toronto has already won, as has the Astros.
1-0 to Verdugo. The pitch is inside. Split fastball, 2-0. Yeah, just got a hold serve tonight. Stay within 3 of that last wild card. 2 more here in D.C., then 3 in New York with the Yankees before 4 in Houston. 2-0. The pitch is foul on the third base side. And it's 2-1 to Verdugo.
As you mentioned before, Seattle hanging on against Kansas City. They're winning 7-5 in the 7th inning.
That was at one point a 7-0 game. Kenley getting going in the bullpen. 2-1 to Verdugo. Here's the pitch. Alex swings and misses at a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 2-2. I'll tell you what, Rob, for a team that is in rebuild mode, we're seeing one of the reasons that they've been more competitive than most people thought. They got a really good bullpen. A lot of hard throwers.
Yeah, the one thing that they have to figure out, Mackenzie Gore looks to have some promise. Josiah Gray same, but you got to find that ace.
2-2. The pitch is up the middle on the ground. The shortstop Abrams has it behind the bag. He throws to first. Stretch from Chavis. A little over the top there, but the inning is over. We go to the bottom of the ninth. Kenley Jansen coming on. 5-4 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
We are the Community College of Rhode Island. You know us as CCRI, and we're more than you think. We have 4 campuses across the state with guided financial aid and scholarship opportunities and the lowest tuition in Rhode Island. We offer daytime, evening, on-campus, and online classes to help you earn your degree on your time, with more than 90 programs to help you discover your career path or advance on the one you already have, and over 70 transfer agreements. CCRI is the smart choice. We know who we are. Now it's your turn. The Community College of Rhode Island. Find your future here.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like choosing Derek Jeter as the pinch hitter for your baseball team.
Jeter, you're in. We need a home run.
I'll give it a try. I've swung a bat once or twice.
That's out of here. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Want to listen to WEE on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Kenley Jansen is on for the Red Sox, seeking his 28th save of this season. And it would be number 419 in a brilliant career. He has seen a few of these Nationals hitters because of his time, obviously, with the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Nationals and Davey Martinez are going to send the left-handed hitting Alou up to lead things off here against Kenley Jansen. Familiar with this ballpark? Trying to send the Red Sox to 5-4 win. That's the scores. We go to the bottom of the ninth. Alou, Vargas, and Rutherford due for the Nationals. 7, 8, and 9. Kenley wiggles the hips and throws, and Alou takes a cutter for a strike. 0-1.
I can tell you one thing Kenley Jansen's happy about: pitching in the normal uniforms.
He's the one Red Sox player that just does not like the City Connect. 0-1. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high pop foul on the third base side. Quickly 0-2.
I think he's a traditionalist. And talking to him, he explained that. He just really, really likes the idea of the traditional uniforms, the Dodgers uniforms, the Red Sox uniforms.
Yeah, he's worn 2 of the greats. 0-2. From Kenley to Alou, the pitch is swung on and missed. He got him. Alou tried to stop the swing and a cutter, could not. And there's one away. Kenley in this ballpark has pitched 23 times. And he's pitched very well.
I know it's been said before, Will, plenty of times this year, but it really amazes me how devoted and religious he is to his workouts before these games.
Every single day. Here's Ildemaro Vargas. He's chugging around even on hot, humid days like the one we had today. Pitch to Vargas is a bunt that's popped up on the right side. Reyes and Casas come together. Pablo makes the play. 2 down. We take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
1 out away from a win for the Red Sox. Blake Rutherford, the last hope for the Nationals. Kenley Jansen has quickly put Alou and Vargas away. 2 down, bottom 9. 5-4. The pitch is popped up high into left field. Back on a Jaron Duran in front of the warning track. He is there to make the play. Ball game over, and the Red Sox win the opener in Washington 5-4. Verdugo set the tone with a leadoff homer. The bullpen was brilliant, and Kenley Jansen locks it down in the ninth. 5-4. Red Sox win, totals, and the Nissan postgame show next on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey, Rob Bradford here. I have set out on a mission with my good friends at FanDuel to prove what I have known for baseball is boring. Now I have a daily podcast to prove it with some of the most notable people in the baseball world, screaming baseball's and boring from the mountaintops, or at least agreeing to come on our show. Players, managers, GMs, and yes, even the commissioner of baseball, Rob Manfred. It has been a constant wave of baseball's most powerful voices. So join the revolution. Subscribe and soak in Baseball Isn't Boring. Listen on your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. You'll be glad you did.
When the Boston Americans played their first game in 1901, Mass Mutual was there. When they became the Red Sox in 1908, we were there. We were there for the heartbreaking losses, the improbable comebacks, the once-in-a-lifetime triumphs, and the storybook finishes. Just like you, we keep coming back. And this year, we've made it official with a partnership that puts us in the front row. Because being there, no matter what, is what we do. Mass Mutual, official partner of the Red Sox.
Hey, it's Greg. It's here. The heat, humidity, and scorching sweaty temperatures. Are the high temperatures forcing your air conditioning into overdrive, leading to sky-high energy bills? The solution? Reach out to my friends at Window Nation. Save thousands today with no money down, no payments, and pay no interest for 2 years. Plus, Window Nation will give you 2 free windows with every 2 you buy. Protect and increase the value of your home today when you call 866-90-NATION or go online at windownation.com.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Red Sox win it 5-4 over the Washington Nationals. Kenley Jansen locks it down with a big save. Pivetta got the start today for the Red Sox, and then it was Bernardino, Schreiber, Martin, Winkowski, and Jansen. They are trying to find the post-game headset. I can hear it turned on down there in the dugout. We're waiting to chat with a Red Sox player here in the Nissan post-game show after a 5-4 win. The Red Sox only got 7 hits. They set the tone early with a base hit, a home run from Alex Verdugo. And really, Rob, from there, the bullpen took over after Pivetta.
Yeah, it really did, and that saved the day. He didn't get the length you want out of Pivetta, but still, the fact is that he did enough. He rebounded from that bad third inning, and then they were able to come back after the Nationals had taken the lead, and with some big hits, some key hits, some clutch hits. And so I think that was it was a good win. I mean, it was a weird game. It was a methodical game, especially at the beginning. But to find a way to win and to string together the key innings in the bullpen, which is going to be sort of their calling card, I think, going forward. At least they have the capability of doing that. I think that went a long way in terms of defining themselves today.
As we have the great Red Sox PR staff trying to effort and open up this box to find our headset. I think they've just located it as the Red Sox get a 5-4 win in D.C. And we'll wait and see whether or not we can indeed get a Red Sox player. If not, these things happen. The Red Sox win at 5-4. And, Rob, it was important they do that because the Blue Jays win. The Mariners are cruising in Kansas City. The Astros have won their ball game. So this was one that the Red Sox really needed to have.
It just feels like everybody's hanging on to a cliff here. I mean, I know that we're in the middle of August, but still, think about this. Think about if they lose this game, they're 4 back, and every single game that you fall back, especially with teams in between you and the spot where you want to go, like Seattle is. So, I think it's one of these things where they just have to keep winning these series and taking advantage, especially against a team like the Nationals. As much as they've been doing better, you still should beat a team like the Nationals.
I thought, even though the Nationals bullpen did great work late in the game and the Red Sox offense was kind of quieted early in the key sequences there, Rob, to take the first lead and then get the lead back. I mean, Pablo Reyes had a huge game. He was kind of igniter offensively. But to me, that key sequence of the whole deal was Story walking, Devers walking, Casas patiently working a full count and ripping a ball into the outfield. The heart of the order, that was just a beautiful sequence there.
It was such a good at-bat by Casas. We talked about it, that the fact is that you set him up. You waited for your pitch. You got to the count of 3-2 with the bases loaded. You knew Gray had to come in, that he didn't want to walk anybody. He got the cutter right out over the plate, and just did the perfect thing, which is rifling it down the right field line. It was just such a good at-bat by him. And then again, coming back to Verdugo able to have that sac fly on the 3-0 count and having the confidence enough to swing at that pitch and get the job done. I think a couple weeks ago that doesn't happen.
Now, the other thing about this game is it stayed very tight, 5-4, a one-run game to the very end. We had another one of these things that's been a total hallmark of this club all year. And Winkowski pitched between Martin and Jansen and got out of a little bit of a jam there in the 8th inning. But Chris Martin and Kenley Jansen, Rob, it's like you can just book it every time they come onto the mound. They're going to get the job done.
It really has been seamless. Really, you look at that bunt with one out in the last inning. That was the only sense of panic anybody had. Everybody panicked because everyone was like, bunt? What? Someone's bunting up in the air? But that's what you resorted to do against Kenley Jansen, who's been as good as any closer around. And Chris Martin, I mean, what do you say about him? So he's just been absolutely outstanding.
It looks like we're going to get a chance to talk to Pablo Reyes, which is always a good time. Perfect, Carlos. Thank you very much. As Pablo's going to get set up on the headset in the Nissan postgame show. Red Sox win at 5-4. Pablo joins us down from the dugout. Another unbelievable effort from you and your team, Pablo. You are swinging the bat so well. How locked in do you feel at the plate?
Well, I put my work in every day. I came here to the field early and get my work done. I mean, especially my first at-bat hitting hard line drive. So that made me have confidence to next at-bat and just trying to keep swing, take a good pitch and make a good swing.
Pablo, when you're racing home on that wild pitch, the ball bounces back right to the plate. What were you thinking? Were you thinking, oh no, that took a really bad bounce?
I was a little nervous because when I saw the catcher catch the ball, I said, oh my, I gotta go. So then I just trying to slide it to the other side. And I make the run. But I was scared for the moment.
You did a great job. It's such a heads-up base running play. You do things every single night to help this team win, it seems, Pablo. How fun is it to play up the middle of the infield with Trevor Story?
I mean, there's that unbelievable guy, Trevor Story. So I came here every day early, and I tried to hang and say, hey, whatever you want me to do, I'll be there. So if we have to practice a little bit, before the game and everything, let's do it, because I want to be there for anything, and I'm learning a lot for this guy. So he's amazing, unbelievable player, and I'm trying to keep learning from them and trying to push myself to keep helping the team to win. So no matter if I had to bunt, if I got a stolen base, whatever I had to do to help my team, I'm going to do it if I can.
You know how I know you're feeling good about yourself, Pablo? You're wearing the yellow cleats.
Maybe.
Thanks so much for the time. We always love chatting with you. You're just on an incredible roll here, Pablo. Great job, and thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Pablo.
All right. I mean, how awesome is Pablo Reyes? I mean, really, Rob, this is one of those things where I think if we're just being fair about this, in the last few years, the Red Sox, they had the run in 21. And obviously things did not go the way that they wanted. Now, it's not only that they're playing well, but I find it that there are more personalities on the team that people can really latch onto. And it's sometimes unknown people like Brennan Bernardino and Pablo Reyes, but on and on down the line, from Kenley Jansen to Justin Turner to all of these guys who've come on here. I think that there is a personality to this team that I think Boston fans can relate to.
I think it's a couple things, Will, and having seen different iterations of the clubhouse, a big part of it is feeling comfortable enough to show your personality. For Pablo Reyes to come on and feel comfortable enough to speak in English to us, which was a cool thing, right?
Yeah.
And also not only do it, but do it with personality. But when the other part about this, and we can't ignore it, when you do well, it's a lot easier to show your personality. I mean, you do not want to be out there being the wacky guy if you are not doing well. But there's so many of these guys who are doing well, and I honestly believe, Will, a lot of that goes hand in hand. This isn't like, hey, rookie, stand over in the corner anymore. Everybody show your personality and you'll play better.
The Red Sox are trying to just keep riding this Pablo Reyes wave. I mean, this is the best stretch of his career. And what a win it is for the front office to go out and legitimately get the guy off the scrap heap. And he is, no doubt about it, Rob, he's winning them ball games right now.
I think it's just, we reflect on it, and we really didn't think of much at the time. And honestly, I don't think they did either. Where
they needed bodies.
They needed bodies. They said, but at the same time, remember who everyone was screaming for back then? Jose Iglesias, right? Well, with all due respect to Jose Iglesias, Pablo Reyes is a lot better than Jose Iglesias is at this point in his career. And they said, we don't care. Not a name. He's playing in AAA. It's okay. We think that he has something, and it's worth going after him, and obviously it's been really worth going after him.
Last thing, the kind of the depth in this lineup, we talked about the big hitters, but Verdugo really did set the tone. It looks like he is turning a corner. There's something about this ballpark that brings out the best in him, and if Verdugo gets really going to add it to Devers and Story and Turner and Casas and all these big bats, I mean, that would be such a huge lift.
Yeah, and think about what you didn't. And we've said this a lot when they've come away with wins and come away with scoring 5 runs or more. Oh, this guy wasn't in the lineup. That guy wasn't in the lineup. Well, Masa Yoshida is supposed to be one of your best hitters. He's not in the lineup. Well, you pick up the slack. And you pick up the slack by having guys like Alex Verdugo step up. And, as we've mentioned plenty of times, Trevor Story, the dynamic across the board. Whether it's at the plate and certainly in the field, he just plays with the type of confidence and the type of leadership.
Yep. It turns out that the great slide on that wild pitch is the winning play of the whole game.
I love that. I love it. I was worried.
Oh, no, I'm in trouble.
Well, you know what? I thought the same thing, too. So there you go.
Great slide. Thanks, Rob. That was fun.
All right, thanks, Will.
All right, Joe Wiles going to have the Nissan postgame show. Dave Stipe did a great job here at the ballpark in D.C. Bridget Prue back at the flagship WEEI. For Rob, I'm Will Fleming saying so long from the nation's capital. Stay tuned for the Nissan postgame show after a 5-4 Red Sox win on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
FYI, you can maintain your wellness goals on summer fun. Sakara's ready-to-eat, plant-rich meals delivered anywhere in the contiguous U.S. are expert designed to help you look and feel your best, even during those weeks you're entertaining friends or taking time to get away from it all. Enjoy 20% off your first order when you go to sakara.com/radio or enter radio at checkout. That's SAKARA.com/radio.
Sail away on the Black Island Ferry. Take a trip back to carefree times. Leave today, Black Island awaits you. Just leave your troubles behind.
Your Black Island getaway starts as soon as you board. Enjoy the ride and some fresh ocean air on our traditional or high-speed ferries from Point Judith. Visit blackislandferry.com or call 866-783-7996 for more information.
This is the Nissan postgame show. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
The Red Sox pull out a 1-run victory against the Washington Nationals. They win 5-4 in the nation's capital, so they kick off their 10-game road swing with the victory. They're now 63-56 overall in the season, and with the Blue Jays winning, the Red Sox remain 3 games back of the third wildcard spot in the American League. Joe Wild with you here in the WEEI studios, and you're listening to the Nissan postgame show. Save on the action-packed Nissan Live lineup today at the Nissan Thrill of the Drive sales event. For the Red Sox, 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors. They left 5 men on base. The Nationals, 4 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. They also left 5 on base. The Red Sox bullpen was fantastic in this game. John Schreiber got the win, and Kenley Jansen picked up the save for the Red Sox, who now on the road are 28-28 on the year. The Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Tonight, Red Sox pitchers had 11 strikeouts, and that means another $550 to the Jimmy Fund to help strike out cancer. Arbella, here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. And amongst the Red Sox pitchers, Pivetta had 7 strikeouts, and then he was relieved by Brennan Bernardino, who tossed 2/3 of an inning. John Schreiber, as I mentioned, got the win. He tossed a scoreless 6th. Chris Martin, a scoreless 7th. Josh Winkowski, a scoreless 8th. And then Kenley Jansen wrapping it up with a scoreless 9th. The Red Sox bullpen combined to toss 4 2/3 innings in this game and allowed just 1 hit. So remarkable stuff from the Red Sox bullpen, but it was Nick Pivetta who tossed the Red Sox 75th pitch of the night, and the 75th pitch by a Red Sox pitcher every game is brought to you by Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and the Jimmy Fund as we honor the 75th anniversary of the Jimmy Fund this season. On the offensive side of things, the Red Sox, as I mentioned, banged out 7 hits. They had 1 home run courtesy of Alex Verdugo, and for doubles for diabetes, the Red Sox had 1 double today, and that means $50 to the American Diabetes Association, brought to you in part by the Massachusetts Health Connector. The place to go if you need health insurance. Go to mahealthconnector.org to stay in the game and get covered. We'll donate $50 for every double by the Red Sox. Our tally is up to $5,400. Pablo Reyes had the lone double of the night for the Red Sox. He went 2 for 4, and he scored the go-ahead run in the 4th inning. The Red Sox took the lead 5-4. They'd hang on and win by that score tonight in the nation's capital over the Washington Nationals. You're listening to the Nissan postgame show. Save on the action-packed Nissan lineup today at the Nissan Thrill of the Drive sales event. We'll be back with more of the Nissan postgame show right after this along the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Genie here from the hit musical Aladdin with a handy checklist for all your summer party needs. Music? Done. Dancing? Fireworks? Yep. Well, we've got all these things and more because Aladdin is Broadway's biggest party. I mean, where else can you experience show-stopping songs, huge laughs, a flying magic carpet, and the life of the party, me? So grab the gang and come see us. For tickets, visit AladdinTheMusical.com today. Oh, dress code fabulous.
We are the Community College of Rhode Island. You know us as CCRI, and we're more than you think. We have 4 campuses across the state with guided financial aid and scholarship opportunities and the lowest tuition in Rhode Island. We offer daytime, evening, on-campus, and online classes to help you earn your degree on your time, with more than 90 programs to help you discover your career path or advance on the one you already have, and over 70 transfer agreements. CCRI is the smart choice. We know who we are. Now it's your turn. The Community College of Rhode Island. Find your future here.
Are you struggling to lose weight and keep it off? Tired of wasting time and money on starvation diets that lead to more frustration and stress? If there was a weight loss solution that could actually work for you, would you try it? Then head to Golo.com.
I'm Steve. I lost 138 pounds in 9 months on Golo.
I'm Amber. I've lost 128 pounds with Golo.
If you're ready to take back control of your life, head to Golo.com now and see how it can work for you. That's Golo.com.
My sleep is way better. My inflammation has gone way down. Golo saved my life. I was way overweight. That's what sent me down the path. I wanted to make sure and live for my kid.
I have literally tried everything. I was on the verge of getting gastric bypass surgery, and I saw the Golo commercial, and it was the last thing I tried because it worked.
Join over 2 million people who found a better way to lose weight with Golo. Your healthier and happier life begins at Golo.com. That's Golo.com. Again, Golo.com.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere?
A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Rob Bradford here. I have set out on a mission with my good friends at FanDuel to prove what I have known for some time. Baseball isn't boring. Now I have a daily podcast to prove it with some of the most notable people in the baseball world, screaming baseball isn't boring from the mountaintops, or at least agreeing to come on our show. Players, managers, GMs, and yes, even the commissioner of baseball, Rob Manfred. It has been a constant wave of baseball's most powerful voices. So join the revolution. Subscribe and soak in Baseball Isn't Boring. Listen on your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. You'll be glad you did.
Gresh and Fourier, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The Red Sox take down the Washington Nationals 5-4 at Nationals Park. So the Sox have now won 6 of their last 8 games. They're 63-56 now on the season. You're listening to the Nissan postgame show. Save on the action-packed Nissan lineup today at the Nissan Thrill the Drive sales event. Joe Weil with you here in the WEEI studios. And tonight's Mike's Amazing Player of the Game, we're going to give it to Chris Martin, brought to you by Mike's Amazing, the official mayonnaise of the Boston Red Sox. He tossed another scoreless inning tonight. He pitched the 7th inning, and he has allowed just 1 run in his last 25 appearances and 1 earned run in his last 22 2/3 frames in that span. He's just been remarkable for the Red Sox in the pen. The bullpen stellar, 5 different pitchers combining for 4 2/3 shutout innings of 1-hit baseball, no walks, and they combined to strike out 4 batters, a part of this 5-4 win. It's time now for the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Don't miss out on a Subaru summer. Make the most of the summer in a brand new 2023 Subaru. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Unfortunately for the Red Sox, they did not gain any ground on the Blue Jays, who hold that 3rd wildcard spot in the American League. As the Blue Jays won 2-1 against the Phillies at home, they took the lead in the 8th inning on a Kevin Biggio go-ahead hit-by-pitch in that bottom of the 8th inning. So Kevin Biggio paying homage to his dad, Craig Biggio, who's the all-time leader in hit-by-pitches. But the Blue Jays end up winning that one by a score of 2-1. So on the season now, they're 67-54. Sox still 3 games back. Elsewhere around the American League East, the Yankees lose again. The Braves beat them 5-0 in Atlanta. So the Yankees have now lost 4 consecutive games. They're 60-60 on the year, and this is the latest into a season they've been 500 or worse since 1995. Other scores around Major League Baseball. Baltimore's taking on the San Diego Padres, so a West Coast game for the O's. They're already down 5-0 in the bottom of the 2nd inning. 5-run first for the Padres. Gary Sanchez hit a grand slam in that 1st inning for the Dads. Meanwhile, Tampa Bay taking on the San Francisco Giants. No score through 3 innings in San Francisco. The Rays dealt some very tough news along with all they're dealing with Wander Franco and the MLB investigation into him. He's on the restricted list regarding some social media posts. But Shane McClanahan will undergo Tommy John surgery on Monday and will likely miss all of next season. This was just announced today, so a huge blow for the Rays, not only this season, the rest of the year, but also next year as well. Other finals around Major League Baseball, Houston 6-5 winner over Miami. In Miami, Kyle Tucker hit a go-ahead home run in the 7th inning. Cleveland a 3-0 winner over Cincinnati in the Battle of Ohio. Minnesota beats Detroit by a score of 5-3. And then just keeping tabs on teams that are still chasing wild card spots. One of the teams in progress that the Red Sox will be keeping an eye on is the Seattle Mariners. They're taking on the Kansas City Royals. 8-5 game, top of the 8th inning. M's ahead of the Royals, and the Mariners came into today 1 game ahead of the Red Sox in the wild card standings. We're excited to share that Walmart is stepping up to the plate for every Walmart wall ball. They'll donate $100 to the American Diabetes Association. Visit AmericanDiabetesAssociation.org for free resources and support. And fans, don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show tomorrow at 6:05 p.m. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. On the hill for the Red Sox, it is Big Maple left-hander James Paxton. 7-3, 3.36 ERA. And opposite of him will be the left-hander Mackenzie Gore, 6-9, 4.62 ERA. Back-to-back left-handers for the final 2 games of the series that the Red Sox will be facing off against. First pitch coming up at 7:05. And again, the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show will start up at 6:05. You've been listening to the Nissan postgame show. Save on the action-packed Nissan lineup today at the Nissan Thrill of the Drive sales event. Want to thank Will Fleming, Rob Bradford for an excellent call. Bridget Prue doing it all behind the glass. Great stuff from Bridget. Her hair is killing it, so is the hat on top of it. She does fantastic work here at the station, and once again, getting it done for all of us. I'm Joe Weil saying so long if you're on the network, but if you're listening locally on WEEI 93.7, stay tuned. Red Sox Review is coming up next.
You have been listening to the Nissan Postgame Show. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. You have been listening to Red Sox Baseball on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh. Catches Law Group, New England's injury law pros at catcheslaw.com.
And it's gone!
Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Mass Mutual. Insurance, planning, investments. Sponsored by Nissan. Save on the action-packed Nissan lineup today at the Nissan Thrill of the Drive sales event. Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Big Y World-Class Market. It's more than food. It's my Big Y. Buy cars for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
Looking up, grand slam!
By Mike's Amazing, the official mayonnaise of the Boston Red Sox. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
We're going to drive to left field. There are a couple runs. Way gone.
Arbella, here for good. And by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Long gone into the monster seats.
Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Holy cow!
Sponsored by Sherwin-Williams. Savings and support start day one. Unlock the Pro Advantage at swproplus.com today. Sponsored by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars. We help people buy them.
This has been a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
This is Red Sox Review, and it starts right now. Here's your host, Joe Weil.
1 out away from a win for the Red Sox. Blake Rutherford, the last hope for the Nationals. Kenley Jansen has quickly put Alou and Vargas away. 2 down, bottom 9. 5-4 the pitch is popped up high into left field. Back on a Jarren Duran in front of the warning track. He is there to make the play. Ball game over, and the Red Sox win the opener in Washington 5-4. Verdugo set the tone with a leadoff homer. The bullpen was brilliant, and Kenley Jansen locks it down in the 9th. 5-4. Red Sox win.
The finishing touches on a magnificent night for the Red Sox bullpen. They combined to toss 4 2/3 shutout innings and allowed just 1 hit while striking out 4. Kenley Jansen picks up his 28th save of the season, and the Red Sox are winners again. They take down the Nationals by a score of 5-4. They've now won 6 out of their last 8 games. They continue to beat up on the bad teams on their schedule. They took 3 out of 4 against the Royals at home, followed by 2 out of 3 against the Tigers, and now a win tonight against the Washington Nationals. Both offenses on the Red Sox and the Nationals, they went quiet throughout the rest of the game after the 4th inning, but the Red Sox, they took the early lead, then they fell down 4-3, then they got the lead back, and thanks to their bullpen, they were able to hang on. Brennan Bernardino, John Schreiber, Chris Martin, Josh Winkowski, Kenley Jansen, all doing great work, and the Red Sox remain in the hunt. Still 3 games back of the Blue Jays, who won tonight as well. But because they won, they are 3 games back in the American League wildcard race with 43 games left to go. Joe Wild with you here on a Red Sox Review. Mike Tozzi behind the glass. If you want to chime in, 617-779-7937. Again, 617-779-7937. Let us know how you feel about the Red Sox, their fortunes after this win. Does the bullpen give you optimism? Do you like what you're seeing from some of the underrated contributors on this Red Sox team? How about Pablo Reyes, who was a joy to hear from in our Nissan postgame show? He had 2 hits again. He scores the go-ahead run on a wild pitch. He has been a noteworthy contributor for the Red Sox since coming off the injured list. He's now 13 for 37 since coming off the IL. He had that big grand slam against the Royals a little over a week ago that hit the foul pole in left field, and that's kind of kickstarted this Red Sox run in which they've won 6 out of their last 8. He had another good day. Alex Verdugo went deep in the leadoff spot, and the Red Sox offensively doing enough to pull out the win against the Washington Nationals. Are now 63-56 on the year through 119 games. And sure, we are winding down, 43 left to go, but the Red Sox, because they're winning, because they're doing what they need to do, and that's beating up bad teams, they remain in the hunt. Before we go any further in our coverage, let's hear what Alex Cora had to say after this Red Sox 5-4 win.
He did an outstanding job. Nick had one bad inning, kind of like grind through the outing, right? And we were lined up with our guys. And that's the beauty of having Witt back, right? Like, we know he can go 2 tomorrow. So, we'll mix and match tomorrow with him and take a chance. But they did an amazing job. Bernie getting the 2 outs in a pocket that we felt like it was his, and then, we lined him up. We felt like they're 1-2 hitter. They're the most dangerous hitter in that lineup. And we were with Marty, and then after that, Wing did an outstanding job.
You feel like offensively kind of grinded this one out?
We did. I mean, we made a bad base running mistake, and then we got lucky with a wild pitch, and we cannot do that. We went from bases loaded, no outs, to man at third and 2 outs. So we cannot do that. There's no more excuses about that. But overall, we grinded our bats, we took our walks, and we did enough to win the game.
How good was Pablo's read on that? I mean, he took a pretty good bounce back to.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we talk about, and you just got to be alert. He did an outstanding job going from second to third, and then saw the ball in the dirt, took off, and he scored the run.
You feel like this is the most weapons you've had in a long time in the bullpen with those guys lined up?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
Ever since you've been here?
It's 7 in the playoffs in 18, but as far as like in the regular season, I do believe so. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Alex, why did you like Chris in the 7th inning and Wink in the 8th inning?
Because they're top 2 hitters. They're 1-2 hitters. They're really, really good. And I felt like if there's something there, then we got Meneses too there. And, I know the 9th hitter is a 9th hitter, but the 1-2 hitter, you look at their numbers, they're really good at what they do.
Yeah, so that's where you thought Chris would be the most. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The way he's pitched, I mean, it's been a couple months now. I mean, you must feel every time you send him out there, you're going to get something.
It's good and efficient. We just got to make sure we take care of him.
Just the way the game wound up, how big is it? Just Rafi and Trevor kind of being patient in that inning and setting up Tristan there.
Yeah, I mean, and that at bat too. I think we did a good job controlling the strike zone overall. We did that. We played solid defense. The play by Trevor to his right, and then the one Rafi in the 8th. So overall, a good one. So let's get ready to win tomorrow. Win the series.
How satisfying is it just to have, I know you've waited a long time for the structure with Witt and to come back and everybody, like how good is it to just see it kind of play out?
I mean, this is something that we've been talking about for a while, try to get healthy, and we are getting healthier. We're missing one more guy. or two, and hopefully we can keep grinding until everybody's back, and then we'll see where we at and keep going.
All right, so that was Alex Cora talking after the Red Sox 5-4 win over the Washington Nationals tonight. A lot of questions, from the reporters there about the bullpen, and I think rightfully so. After this win tonight, they were fantastic. The 5 relievers that the Red Sox threw out there. Chris Martin is on one heck of a run right now. He has allowed just 1 earned run over his last 25 appearances. That's 22 2/3 innings. He has just been so good. They throw him out in the 7th inning instead of the 8th, but he was great there. Josh Winkowski's been among the league leaders in relief innings this year. He was awesome as well. Another scoreless inning in the 8th inning. Got helped out by a nice play by Rafi Devers at third base as well. And then Kenley Jansen, he's been a great signing for the Red Sox. Back into the bullpen anchor. He picks up his 28th save. ERA now to 2.90. And you look at the guys the Red Sox threw out. In Bernardino, sub-3 ERA. John Schreiber, he's been really good for the Red Sox since the blow-up outing that he had on the West Coast trip. He's now tossed 5 consecutive scoreless appearances since the blow-up on the West Coast trip. So he ends up pitching the 6th inning. It's a 1-2-3 inning for him, 2 strikeouts in that frame. And then the scoreless 1-2-3 7th from Martin Winkowski working around a 2-out double. And then Kenley Jansen with a 1-2-3 ninth inning as well. Bernardino relieving Nick Pivetta, who had a so-so outing, but he got picked up by the bullpen. And the Red Sox, again, a winner. And this has been nice to see from Heimblum, the fact that he can build a bullpen with guys in the back end that can really lock it down after what we saw last year. All the question marks the Red Sox had in the bullpen in 2022. At least when this team is at full strength, the Red Sox are giving you quite an effort at the back end, and you can feel pretty comfortable at the end of games, even when you only have a 1-run lead. So again, the Red Sox a 5-4 winner, and now with 43 games left, they remain 3 games back. Blue Jays win tonight, but the Red Sox keep pace with them. So in the end, a big win for the Sox. And again, they have 2 more coming up against this Nationals team that's now 53-67. Still more to get to on a Red Sox review. If you want to chime in, 617-779-7937. We're going to take you to 11:15, so get your calls in. Wally from Fall River, you'll be on next. We'll take a break. We'll come back with calls right after this on Red Sox Review on WEEI.
Gresh and Fourier.
If Zeke Elliott comes in with the right attitude, if he starts to feel it a little bit, does this guy stand there and, hey, feed me, right? Is he James Harden? The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Hey, I should get the ball more, blah, blah, blah. Does he come in to blend in and let it happen organically? Or does this guy come here with the Zeke Elliott attitude that we saw in Dallas?
Did you miss something? Listen to the podcast on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. Gresh and Fourier. Middays 10 to 2 on New England Sports Original. WEEI. WEEI.
College football season is fast approaching. I'm Ed Egros here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The AP Top 25 college poll is out, and no surprise, Georgia is number 1 and looking for a three-peat. Get ready for the season with BetQL. They have all their college football insights up, including a 150-1 Heisman candidate dark horse worth a look. I'm Ed Egros. Bet smarter. Beat the books. Download the BetQL app today and download the BetMGM app today.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you drive the most dependable mass-market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass-market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Sail away on the Black Island Ferry. Take a trip
Your Block Island getaway starts as soon as you board. Enjoy the ride and some fresh ocean air on our traditional or high-speed ferries from Point Judith. Visit blockislandferry.com or call 866-783-7996 for more information.
This is Matt Spiegel of 60 The Score in Chicago, and my podcast, The PBP, Voices of Baseball, is all about the art and craft of play-by-play. Catch up on episodes with Joe Davis, Joe Buck, and many more. Then something crazy happened along the way. I did a weekend of Cubs-Cardinals on the radio, so now conversations are enriched with feedback and advice from Jason Benetti, Boog Shambi, and others to come. The PBP, Voices of Baseball. I bring you the people who bring you the game. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
And Doug. With Liberty Mutual, you can customize your car insurance to save hundreds. Here's what those savings sound like in dollar bills. Here's what it sounds like in quarters. And here's what that sounds like in cryptocurrency, a thing I totally understand. 1010, I am money, cha-ching, beep boop, $sign.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brace yourselves. Heating season is coming.
It's hard to think about right now, but this is the absolute best time to prepare for a warm and comfy winter. Don't wait until you're cold to make the switch to an Energy Star certified, compact, high-efficiency boiler from Navient. Find your local Navient installer at boilercomfort.com.
Switch to My Plan from Verizon and get NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV on us with eligible phone purchase and Unlimited Plus. A value of up to $449. Head to Verizon today. $449 value applies to NFL Sunday Ticket season 23-24 only. Additional terms and embargoes apply to NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube. No refunds.
Time to take a look at the league leaders and who's circling the drain. Drains by James continues to unclog the bases at a record pace, as Drains by James is the choice when fans need drain cleaning, water jetting, camera inspection, or pipe lining repair. Excellent grease removal too. When your home or business needs top drain or pipe service, please visit drainsbyjames.com. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. Here's Corey Taylor of Slipknot on getting the help you need.
When people feel like they can't get any help, they hurt themselves. Find what works. If it's medication, it's medication. If it's therapy, it's therapy. If it's both, it's both. But don't be afraid to try both. You know, there's nothing wrong with admitting that you need help.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit imlistening.org.
Looking for a deal on your next vehicle? Then you have to visit Flood Ford. Our team is committed to going above and beyond to make the car buying process easy and stress-free. Stop in and shop a variety of F-150 models, all with transparent pricing. No markups, no games. What you see is what you pay. And every vehicle is backed by our Flood Advantage plan. You get free dent repair, free windshield repair, free key replacement, and so much more. In the market to upgrade, we'll give you top dollar for your trade-in. We buy all makes and models. And when you need to service your vehicle, we have you covered with convenient pickup and delivery, a courtesy shuttle, and certified technicians you can trust. Whether you're a lifelong Ford driver or looking to make the switch, there's never been a better time or place to get behind the wheel of a new Ford than right now at Flood Ford. Make the drive for a better buying experience today. Visit us in East Greenwich or Narragansett, or shop online anytime at floodauto.com.
This is Red Sox Review on WEEI.
Third, it's 4-4 Red Sox advance. And the pitch is to the backstop, coming home. Reyes, head first slide. He is in there ahead of the tag of the catcher Ruiz. Lightning bolt, Pablo Reyes on a wild pitch, and the Red Sox lead it 5-4.
What a great play by Reyes, but also slow reaction from Garcia. The ball bounces back, and Will, I don't know about you, when I saw that bounce, I'm like, oh, Reyes is in trouble, because it bounced really close to home plate. But the pitcher wasn't able to get there, and Ruiz had to sort of dive in an attempt to get Reyes. Obviously, didn't get him.
And that was the highlight from tonight's Nissan Red Sox postgame show. The blockbuster event of the summer isn't another action movie. It's the Nissan Thrill of the Drive sales event starring the action-packed Nissan lineup. Better hurry, these offers won't get a sequel. Pablo Reyes scoring on a wild pitch on corked by Robert Garcia. Great base running from Pablo Reyes, and that gave the Red Sox the lead in the top of the fourth inning game. The Red Sox bullpen, after Nick Pivetta went 4 1/3 innings, the Red Sox bullpen hung on with 4 2/3 innings of work. But Pablo Reyes getting it done again. So he's now 13 for 37 since being activated off the injured list. And, what a spark plug he's been for the Red Sox now over the last week plus. He hits the big grand slam against the Royals off the foul pole at Fenway Park. But, you think about where the Red Sox got him from. The Oakland A's for cash considerations. And, of course, the A's are the worst team in baseball. And he was just a kind of a filler at one point. You think about the depth the Red Sox thought they'd have up the middle this year. Kike Hernandez, one of those guys. He's been shipped off to the Dodgers after being one of the worst position players in the sport. Christian Arroyo, DFA'd. He's now in Worcester. Yu Chang, another one of those guys, now in Worcester. And now Trevor Story's back, but Pablo Reyes is still on this team, and it's for reasons like what he just did on that last play you heard. He doubled earlier in the inning. That's how he got on base to help set up the 2-run frame. Then he comes around to score on the wild pitch. He continues to just make things happen. He has been one of the bright spots for the Red Sox now over the last week plus. He's just been a nice find behind Bloom. He's obviously not a guy you're going to rely upon, but he has given the Red Sox production, and they certainly didn't expect, we didn't expect him to do quite what he's done, which hasn't been a ton, right? But it's been a spark plug. It's given them a little jolt, which when the Red Sox got him, I don't know if that's what I necessarily thought, yet he's done just that. If you want to chime in, 617-779-7937. Red Sox 3 games back, 43 left in the regular season. How are you feeling about the Red Sox at this current juncture? Does the fact that they're actually beating up on bad teams give you hope? Feel free to chime in, 617-779-7937. You can also text us at 37937 as well. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Wally in Fall River. Wally, you're on Red Sox Review.
Yeah, what's up, Joe? Good win tonight. This is an important 10-game road trip. You already won one game tonight. You want to at least win the series from Washington. I mean, they're not going to roll over and play dead. Then you go in the Yankee Stadium where the Yankees are playing lousy now. I think they got one hit tonight. But you look at Aaron Boone. I had that game on for a couple of minutes. He looked like he's ready to jump off the Brooklyn Bridge. But after that, you go to Houston. So maybe you could have a 7-3 road trip, or at least 6-4. But like you said, everybody's contributing. You got the bullpen settled now. Everybody knows their role. Everybody pitched well tonight, which is hard to do when you're using that many relievers. You think one of them might mess up a little. But it was a well-played game. You win in the close games. You just have to keep on winning and win series. I don't think they're going to win 10 or 12 in a row, but as long as you keep on winning series, you're going to be all right. You got to hope somebody gives them, Seattle loses and Toronto. But everything looks good right now. We're trending in the right direction.
Wally, always great to hear from you. I think you make a lot of good points and appreciate the call there. If you want to grab his line, 617-779-7937. The Red Sox, they have to win series, and that was the point Rob Bradford made in our pregame show. I completely agree. Like Wally said, you can't expect them to go on a 12-game winning streak, although that would certainly help their playoff odds. But you expect them to win this series against the Nationals. I mean, I don't want to say they need to sweep the Nationals, but they need to win these games. They need to take care of business in this series against the Nationals and the Yankees, because the Yankees are now a 500 baseball team. Honestly, they feel like they're not a 500 baseball team. They feel even worse than that with the way that they've been trending. They've now lost 4 in a row. Wally was right. They got 1 hit today. Luis Severino was bad again. It's not a good team. You're catching them at a great time. In the fact that they're not playing well. You've already had success against them this year as well, too. So that'll be another vital series for the Red Sox at Yankee Stadium, in which they have to take care of business if they want to put themselves in a spot where then they're going to play some much better teams like the Astros, and then they got 3 against the Dodgers at Fenway Park, and then 3 more against the Astros. It is so important to take care of business against the Nats, against the Yankees. And sure, both the Yankees and Nationals have some positives to them. The Nats showed a little bit of spunk today. I mean, there's something about them that's been competitive. Will talked about their bullpen. Their bullpen was really good tonight in relief of Josiah Gray. But all that being said, you have to win those games because they're 53 and 67. You just have to do it. You have to make up for games against bad teams that you lost before earlier in the season to get to where you want to go now, because the Red Sox, because of those losses, because of stretches in which they've just played not so great baseball, they're now in a position where they're 3 games back of a win now Toronto Blue Jays team that has pushed their chips into the middle more so than the Red Sox have this year, by design in some ways. But this Red Sox team is still competitive enough that they should be in the hunt as we wind things down here in the regular season. But to Wally's point, bad teams ahead. Nats, Yankees here in the right at the forefront. 2 more games against the Nats, and then 3 against the Yankees. You have to win those series. And then with the Astros, you have a 4-game set. You need at least a split there to put yourself in an okay situation. Again, being where you are, 3 games back of the Blue Jays, you don't want to fall further behind the Mariners, who you came in a game back of as well. So we're in the home stretch. Every game is important at this point, and especially when you're behind in the standings, the Red Sox really can't give away games at this point. I think the one thing working for them, and I want to touch on this in our final segment of Red Sox Review, is that they're more whole now than I think they've been this entire season. You think about the bullpen, all the guys they utilized today: John Schreiber, Chris Martin, Brennan Bernardino, Josh Winkowski, Kenley Jansen. All those guys, right, they're in your pen. They're your most dependable relievers this year. And now you have Garrett Whitlock back as well. Tanner Houck's about to make his return to the rotation. So in the case that Nick Pivetta gets bumped back to the bullpen, you get to go back and put him in the pen, and that's another weapon that you have in the bullpen. All your guys back, Trevor Story's back. I mean, your lineup is whole now. The Red Sox are in the best position they've been in all year to compete. And they have to rack up the wins, obviously, with where they are in the standings. They are more equipped now than ever before, so that works in their favor. The only thing for them is that they are playing good teams in the future after they get through this stretch against the Nats and Yankees. Again, if you want to chime in on Red Sox Review, 617-779-7937. We're going to take you up to 11:15, so one more segment after this break. Red Sox a 5-4 winner over the Washington Nationals. We'll be back with more Red Sox Review right after this on WEEI.
From the Rubenstein Law Studios, 1-800-BOS-LEGAL. This is WEEI, New England's sports original.
When you drive the most dependable mass market brand, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that